Open your mind. Your mind. Your mind. Your mind.
Let me see the fucking ass. Where's the ass?
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost at $1 billion.
The Popular Thought Series.
3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks through the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up the paper till you read over and over and see white families? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are that? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Flagstaff Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
Van Sanders, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear a suspect down 10-4. 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind. Your mind. Your mind. And peace, folk. Welcome back to another edition of the Popular Thought Series right here on the old T.P.O.T. YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Tonight, my man Perfect Blackness will be coming through, and we're going to be talking about child custody, child support, and of course the effects it has on the brothers and the children. But before we get started, I see my main man, Brother Art, is in the house. What's good with it, Brother Art? But before we get started, y'all know I always start the stream off with thanking you good folk, because I realize, man, you don't have to show up to these damn streams. You don't have to watch these videos. You don't have to share them, like them, sub to this channel, and you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. But you good folks, man, you choose to do so, man. Night after night, week after week, you are here when you can be anywhere. And I want you to know, man, I don't take you lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm thankful for all that you do, man. The good folks that hang out there, and good folks who hang out up in here. All right. All right. So let's get at it, because many of us brothers, especially us Gen Xers, many of us have went through this, right? We went through this whole thing with, your baby mama, and, you love your kids, and, you done left her black ass, but you still want to see those babies, man, because they part of you, boy, and you will give your right arm and your right leg for their lives to be great, right? But what often happens, because, you start out with one of these old women, right? And this is what you have. You, your kid, her, and everything's just great, right? Some time goes by. You'll start to outgrow each other. And the next thing you know, now it's this, right? Now it's this. Y'all are literally fighting over your children, man. And like I said before, when we were talking last week, now as long as y'all together, should tell you in a minute, Negro, I had your babies. I had your babies. See, they're your babies as long as y'all together. But once y'all split, they her babies now. See how that works? So you split. And of course, you love your children. All right? You've always loved your children. You love your children more than you love her black ass. So what do? You want to see your babies. You want access to your babies, man. And most men who love their children, they want their kids living with them, because they know their mom ain't going to raise them right. They already know this. So what do you contend with? You start off trying to be diplomatic, right? Start off being diplomatic. And sometimes that works for brothers to just be diplomatic. But oftentimes it does not. So now you go the legal route. And that can be a whole case study in futility in itself at times. But that's all you have left, right? You got to go through the courts. You got to sue for custody. You're battling with child support. All types of things are going on, man. And before you know it, you end up spending a lot of money. You end up spending a lot of time. You end up having to sacrifice many, many things, man, just to get the tiny little infinitesimal amount of time with your children. Especially if you done had them by one of these old crazy women. Because the crazier they are, the harder it's going to be. That's just the truth. But I see my Chi-Town brother done got up in here. Let me go ahead and bring him up. My brother, the one and only Perfect Black. What's good with it, brother?
It was good, brother X, man. It was good with you, man. Thanks for having me up. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, man. You good. Um, so let me ask you because I'm pretty familiar with your story because we talk pretty often. You, my brother.
Mm-hmm.
Did Was it always difficult, like from the beginning, like soon as y'all split? I mean, what was it difficult to get access to the baby right off top?
No, actually, it wasn't. Because when we divorced, I actually wrote the first parenting agreement where
Hmm.
I was getting her like every weekend, and so it wasn't like she agreed to it right then after the divorce. So during the divorce proceedings, and and her and I had made a verbal agreement about child support. So I was giving her money and everything, and it was good for at least for a couple of years. It was okay. Well, I would say about a year and a half. So it was good. It was okay. Then that's when things start to go awry.
So what? So what do you think made it get difficult after a while? Because I know in my experience, right? I had access to my kids, pretty much. It was actually pretty fluid in the beginning.
Hmm.
Uh, Shit started getting crazy when she discovered that I had other women coming to the crib. Yeah, that's when shit started getting stupid. All right. Because up until
Hmm.
that time, long she thought I was over there, missing her and all that old kind of foolishness. I didn't really have a lot of problems getting access to the kids. But once she found out I had other chicks coming to the condo,
Hmm.
oh boy, that's when all hell broke loose. Um, so what do you think made your ex all of a sudden, started making it difficult for you to get access, to the baby?
Man, that's a classic story. Just like that right there. Every now I knew she had said things to me that made me believe that she wasn't going to be too happy about me, moving on and everything, and she was still in contact with some of my family members and everything, and they had told me years later that it was up to that point that when she found out that I had literally moved on, and I had been dating seriously and all of that, she didn't really take well to that. She did not
Mm,
take well to that at all. She started blowing my phone up about other women touching her hair, all kinds of stuff. So, and it was bad. I mean, that's when it really got got ugly. When my phone started getting blown up. See, at that time she started, coming out to my apartment and yelling and all that other type of stuff.
mhm,
That's when it started getting ugly, and when I guess some people told her about how to use the courts, and that's when I started getting these notifications in the in the mail. So
mm,
yeah, and I was paying her. I had actually been paying her more than what the law said I had to pay her, and I had warned her. I warned her before. I said, look, you put me on child support. It may not, in the way that you think. You may not get what you think that you're gonna get. But I think somebody told her, like, yeah, if he's giving you that much, then he must know that he must not be giving you what you should be getting. Little did they know I was giving her more than what I knew what the law said I'm supposed to give her. And once she filed, um, when she filed, and the judge awarded her less than what I was giving her, she right in the hearing, right after the hearing, right outside the courtroom, she she literally she had the nerve to ask me to pay her the difference. She
mm,
she said so that your child can continue to get in the same amount. I said, no, you wanted these white folks in our business. You got them. You're going to get exactly what the judge just said that I'm supposed to pay you. And that's exactly what I gave her for several more years after that until I started actually sending the money into the state.
Mm,
I started sending the money into the state. That way I can definitely get credit.
yeah.
So, and she was getting upset with they said, why haven't you paid me? I said, I don't know. You need to go talk to the state.
Right.
You need to go talk to the state. But it was when she discovered, and she actually discovered that through my daughter, because my daughter was old enough at the time to to kind of mouth some things off, say some things that she was she was still just around 2 years old or so, so she could still let off some things that that I didn't really that I've been trying to keep from her, but I knew it was inevitable at some point she was gonna find out. So and I was kind of ready, and that was why I was paying her more just for that purpose right there because I knew it was going to be an issue.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. That they don't really have a problem with you. These women don't really have a problem with you, as long as they think you over there missing her black ass. But once they see that that ain't the case, that's when the problems have a tendency to start, and that's when you start hearing, "Oh, I don't want her around my kids. I don't want that bitch
Mm-hmm.
around my kids. I don't want
Mm-hmm.
this. I don't want that." But what the translation is this? I'll tell you what the translation is, brother. Perfect Blackness. I don't want that woman around that thing that made these kids.
And that's exactly what it was too, uh, because there I have always been a guy that I don't do double dipping.
Hmm.
I don't do double dipping. Once we're done, we're done. I do not go back into exes. I've made that a policy my entire life. I do not do that because a lot of guys have gotten way too many babies and nothing happens. If it didn't work the first time, there was a reason why it didn't work. What makes you think it's going to work the second time around? So, and at the frequency that she had been calling and texting and all of that, I had suspected some things, but it confirmed some things to me that years later, my cousin had told me that she had told her that she was really upset that in her mind that I didn't quote unquote fight for my family, even though she was
Mm.
the one who filed for the divorce. See, she had wanted me to do certain things. So, I coach football. She didn't like me coaching. The time it takes away from the family and all of that. But of course, I did everything that I could. But she also knew that, look, this is what you married. I was coaching and mentoring long before you. I'm going to be doing that long after. And that was kind of like filing for divorce was her way to get something out of me that I wasn't going to give.
Mm.
And I'm one of these ones by me being in foster care, being raised in foster care. I've learned very quickly how to adapt to being in a situation where I'm not wanted. So when I get served with divorce papers, okay, well, you don't want it. All right, fine, cool. I'm gonna move on. And I moved on in earnest. I wasn't gonna be calling you. Wasn't none of that. Hey, let's get back together. None of that. Nope. Mm-mm. And that bothered her. That really bothered. That infuriated her more than what I actually thought. And it set this whole goddamn thing in motion, simply for moving
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that that's a lot of the angst, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why you go through all this crap, and they want all this child support, and they want to fight you on custody, because when it all comes down to it, man, it's not the best interest of the child that's trying to be ascertained here.
Oh yeah, I'm
What
gonna
it
get into
is,
that. I'm
it's
gonna get
her
into that. Yeah,
it's her vengeance, it's her anger, it's her pain,
her
and
bitterness.
yeah, and she's got the leverage because she's got the kid,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
The kid is with her. So she has the leverage, man. She's in a position where she know that she can't really hurt you no more, right? Because they'll
Mm-hmm.
try that first. But they know they got that one little thing at the house that you care about more than anything else, and that's that child. So
That's right.
they will use that, man. They will use that, man, to wits end, you know, just to fuck with your head, just to fuck with your life, just to fuck with your, your mind frame, your ability to operate, your ability to work, your ability to build a new life without her ass. She will use that shit as much as possible, man, as much as possible to fuck, because it's all about hurting you.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, man. It's not about the kid at all. They be
Mm-hmm.
running around, my baby, my baby, my baby. Oh, get the fuck out of here, because you'll have another Negro round that damn kid, some old stranger. You'll have him right around the kid, but you don't want me, the father, to see the kid, but the new Negro can move in the crib and have access to my kid every fucking day, which makes
Mm-hmm.
no sense. All right. You telling me I can't see my kid, but your new nigga is living up there with my kid, with access to my kid every single damn day. So it's not about the best interest of the kid, man. It never is. That's just a big old lie when they tell it. Man, it's all about hurting you, because she need to get you back, because you don't want her no more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was disabused of that notion about the best interest of the child some time ago. But sadly, I wasted a lot of years in court battles. With that in the back of my head, hiring the wrong attorneys and all that type of stuff. Going in with the wrong mindset, because I got that thing with the best interest of the child. It ain't about that. I think with my ex-wife, I think really one of the biggest things with her is that, and this is according to based on some things that my daughters told me. And I don't really talk to her about my ex-wife, but I just listen to her and what she says to me, some of the small things she says to me, and some of the things that I know she talks to my current wife about her. And my ex-wife hasn't really been, she hasn't been in a very good situation since she divorced me,
Mm,
both relationship wise and financially, job wise. Her last job I helped her get. That was
mm,
her last. That was the last consistent job that she really had. I was the one who actually helped her get it, helped her write a resume and all of this type of stuff. And but that was a long time ago. So, but she hasn't really had any consistent jobs since then. She hasn't been really good financially, which kind of goes into the whole child support thing, which I'm gonna go into in a minute. Which actually goes into why she's been really fighting me, hard about 50-50 and all that other type of stuff. But she has not been. And since the divorce, my life has ascended. You know, it has gone up. Um, in career wise, everything. Her life has gone down and been stagnant.
mm,
And she has used that to actually blame me with my daughter. And now I'm having to fight against that too, because my daughter, in her mind, currently, right now, she believes that the reason why they are in the position, I say they, I mean them two, when she's not with me, she's literally in poverty damn near. When she's not with
mm.
me, they're there, and she blames me for it. It's my fault.
Why?
She,
Because y'all split, or because you're in Illinois, so
mm-hmm.
the child support thing is a little different there. They're
Yeah.
a little more progressive on that child support stuff, right? So it's not like the other states, right?
What do you mean progressive? I mean, it's just,
well, they do things a little differently in Illinois, right? Like, um they're not slamming brothers, right? What they do is they take both people's income, and they decided through that, right? They just don't jump on the brother and say, well, you need to pay X, Y, and Z, right? There's more of a process to it, right?
um, realistically, no, that doesn't happen.
No.
No,
Oh,
it's still it's
damn.
still it's still 20%.
Okay. Okay.
It's 20%. They don't necessarily really go by her income. I will say this: from what I've been learning, from what I've been learning, they will gauge the woman's financial situation.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a man who are wanting 50-50 and your ex, the baby mother is in the situation that she's in, the courts are really going to be real hard pressed. They just are. I mean, I really wish they would, because it really, with me, it wouldn't be that beneficial. But
Mm-hmm.
again, they do have 50-50 on the books. So,
Okay.
but they're going to consider what her what the female's financial situation is, especially if you're
Mm.
wanting more time, because the more time you get, it greatly reduces the child support. Actually, after 40%, um, it significantly reduces child support. So that's why over the years they have been really slow playing my percentages. I'm up to like 37 now, and to get any more than that, I'm at to hire a couple attorneys.
Mm.
So here, not necessarily. It's not necessarily like that. It's just not. At least not in real court. It isn't. Not that I've seen. In every
Mm.
and if you can go uh, uh, you can come downtown over on Washington. You can sit in these courtrooms, and these guys are paying 20% or more, depending on what the search situation is. It's going to be 20% or more. The judge is going to sit there with a calculator, because they did me like that. I've watched them do several other people like that. 20%, making them bring the check stubs in and all that type. Now the judge was pissed off with me because I made him subpoena the previous year's tax returns, because that's legally what they're supposed to do. You don't have to bring in a damn check stub. And even though the judge said you must bring in your check stub, no, the law says the previous year's tax return. So subpoena that.
Yeah,
But
that's what
these
I
guys,
had to do.
yeah. So no, to answer that question, it's realistically no. I haven't seen that. These guys here, they're getting, it's 20%, and if they don't show up, they're probably gonna get around 40, maybe 50.
So the custody laws there,
Mm-hmm.
have they remained the same? I mean, is there any progress there? Being that they kind of, because I think Illinois is one of the few states that's doing what it's doing. You say it's
Mm-hmm.
40%. I think they're one of the few states
Yes,
that's doing that.
yeah, they
Um,
are.
so has that had an effect on the custody laws at all?
No,
No.
no, and the reason why is because they give a lot of leeway to the mother.
Mm, of
If the
course.
mother, if the mother doesn't want it, she can fight it, and they give her all the leeway to fight it. To my knowledge, my ex-wife has not paid for a lawyer the whole time, and during this whole time she hasn't paid. No, I take that back. She did have to pay when there was a guardian ad litem that was appointed, a child rep that was appointed, and we both had to pay. And she
Mm,
did have to pay that, but that came from her grandparents. It didn't come from actually her. I never got that type of. During the whole time I've always paid for all my attorneys.
oh yeah.
Even made one sue me. That's a different. That's a. I made her sue me to get her money. That's a different. That's a different story there. But yeah, Illinois is one of the few states that do percentages. They don't do joint custody anymore. At the time that we divorced, joint custody was still in effect. So I'm still kind of grandfathered in on that too. That's another thing I'm kind of suffering from, is that as well. But even still, um, um, this type of it allows for men to get more time for as a percentage wise, but they still make it hard to get. Just like they got 50-50 on the books. It is not easy. Again, I've said this before. You just can't go knock on a judge's door and say, "Hey, Your Honor, I mean, you can check my track record here. I keep a consistent job. I'm well, I'm firmly situated and seated in my career, and I'm a pillar of the community. I would like to get 50-50." And the judge is gonna
Yeah.
be like, really? Let's see what the mother says.
Yeah.
And if the mother doesn't like it, now we got to go through a whole court process now.
And she can drag it out, man, for like, I mean, make it long. She could miss court dates, all that kind of crap. I know when I was going through it, man, it was like total insanity. All right. It was total insanity. And my daughter's mother was a straight fuck up. Like, I should have just been able to just walk in there and play a tape of her and walk out of there with my damn walk out of there with custody, because she was a straight fuck up. And I'm telling you, I literally had judges ask me, why do you want to take this kid from the mother?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What are you talking about? Why? She's a fuck up, Your Honor. That's why. What do you mean? But
Yeah.
that's what you're up against, though, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
now people will say, right? Because I've had people come on here and say it like, oh, all you got to do is X, Y, and Z. But trust me, there's a lot more to it than X, Y, and Z when the mother's fighting you. All right. It's another thing if she's just kind of one of those women who said, go ahead, take your babies, Negro. All right. But that's a minority of them. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them are not just going to be like, okay, take your babies, Negro. You're going to have to fight for those kids. All right. She's not just going to hand them to you. So when people just be up here talking, oh man, oh, you just need to do X, Y, and Z. Obviously, you Negroes have not been through it. All right. You obviously you have it. All right. And if you got your kid's mother is just one of those women who just said, go ahead, Negro, take the babies. You were fortunate. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Because most brothers do not have that situation. It's just
No,
the
they
total
don't.
opposite. Total opposite. Don't want you to see the kid. You can't talk to the kid on the phone. You can't come around the house. She's making up lies, saying all this bullshit that you're doing this and you're doing that. And that's usually the scenario for most brothers.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that whole just do A, B, and C, X, Y, and Z shit, nah, man. That shit don't work for everybody. That shit works for a small minority of brothers. But go ahead, brother Purple Black, you got it.
Yeah, and the thing that really pisses me off about that very thing right there, is that when you say you got to go through X, Y, Z, at every step there's a cost.
Mm-hmm.
At X there's a cost. At Y there's an even higher cost, and at Z that there's an even higher cost. So let's say if you're just a regular guy, you're only making about $40,000 a year. How the hell are you going to be going through all these follow? Because you got to go get you an attorney. You got to go secure you an attorney. Because trust me when I tell you, you're not going to know what motion to file, how to file it, if you're doing it in the right procedure, if you're doing it procedurally correct for that municipality. These judges, these courts, they only want to deal with lawyers. They only want to deal with officers of the court. So now you got to secure yourself an attorney. That costs money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now that attorney they have to file motions that they are no doubt going to charge you for.
Yeah.
Okay. And especially you get a cheap attorney, just filing a motion, that's going to run through your retainer. Now you got to come up with money every time. Every time, say, well, I need to say, well, hey, you need to file. You can file this motion. This is what you can do. Yeah, but it's going to cost this much money here.
Yeah.
Dude, you're trying to pay your rent. Because I've been there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know how many times that I've gotten a letter on my door and in my mailbox threatened to start eviction process because I've taken months of rent money to pay lawyers and court fees. And see, the
Yep.
reason, even though Illinois has this law, these laws on the books to where it's no longer, it's not joint custody. Your child support is based upon not only your income but how many nights you spend a year. That they count about how many nights you spend, basically the percentage of time that you have your kid. Thing is, if you are going through, I'm going to say this is going to sound familiar. If you are going, if there are accusations of abuse, that stops the entire process.
Yep.
it
Yep.
halts the entire process until all of that is adjudicated. And then you got to start all over, pay the attorneys again to file these motions. So when I told
Yep.
you that I'm more than $41,000 in a hole on, I won't say in a hole, but I've had to, over the years, I've had to pay $41,000 in court fees and attorney's fees. That's how. Because continuously being falsely accused so she can win procedurally.
Mm.
And hopefully one of these things will stick and I go to jail.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I really
Because
do believe that her attorney has told her this. Okay, this is what you can do. Go ahead and just say this. Just the mere accused. Just show you, just to give you an idea, just how ridiculous and infuriating this is. During the time when I was doing um, supervised visitation, because one of the accusations that I had to fight back was the worst, the worst one, where she said that I broke my daughter's hymen, and when my daughter was medically examined 4 times, twice by DCFS. During that whole, I went through almost a whole year, close to a year and a half of just of supervised visits, and it was a very, very. I almost didn't want to do it. My attorney had to beg me. He was, look, you need to go ahead and do that supervised visitation. And every day that I went, I let those people know that, number one, I didn't belong, because the type of program that they sent me to, it was for guys who were bona fide abusers of their women and children. So I had to go and sit in the company of men seeing their children who definitely, and they would tell me about it, who definitely kicked their wives' ass. I never did that.
yeah.
So I had to go through that. Every goddamn Wednesday I had to go. I had to leave work early, go down there and do this shit. Do you know that she felt so comfortable? And this is the thing. When she did this and nothing happened to her, that let me know right there, like, yeah, this is a whole nother level of a game here that they're playing on fathers, right?
Yeah.
She told, and we are in the middle of a process here, of a whole proceeding where hearings and status hearings are scheduled and all that. She tells the child rep. Now, keep in mind, I am at a supervised visitation deal where there are no less than 4 women there, and they always had a police officer, plain clothes, outside should anything happen. She went to the child rep, told the child rep that I took my child to the bathroom and I beat her.
Mm.
That's what she told the. Now I'm thinking, like, wait a minute. This cannot be true. I'm up here fighting one, and you're gonna bring another one that could be so ridiculous. Do you know that child rep did not want to bring that in front of the judge? And
Yeah.
I got into an argument with my own attorney in court because she didn't want to bring it up in front of the judge.
Wow.
Now
And it.
that was some heavy shit. I was like, I cannot. Wait a minute. The child rep called the facility. She spoke to the individuals at the facility. They told her, not only can he not be alone, he can never go to the bath. Whenever we would kind of walk, and we couldn't be more than 10 feet with our child without having some eyes on us.
Wow.
So for her to say to her that I took my child to the bathroom and beat it was so ridiculous. The child rep called me on that. Then she called them. They did all of this background stuff and never brought it to the judge's attention. And the bailiff had to escort me out the goddamn courtroom because I was so infuriated. So when you hear people say, all you gotta do is just take your kid, dude, you know what type of reality that the men are in? Oh, just go take them in. They can't nobody do anything. Oh, you out of your goddamn mind.
Yeah, it don't work that way, man. And this is the thing. It's so easy to make a brother look bad. You can make a brother look bad, like you said, by just saying some of the most ridiculous shit, right? They'll believe all this ridiculous shit that this woman is saying that's not happening, but you telling them about the real shit that's happening with her, and they don't believe it. Now they'll believe her saying some bullshit that ain't true, but you telling them some real shit that they don't believe. It's like it's the craziest of things, man. And I thought that things would have changed, because when I went through my shit with my kid's mother, it was like 20 some years ago. So I thought things would have changed quite a bit, over the past 21 years, 22 years, man. But I mean, I listen to you, I listen to other brothers talk about it, man. Not much has changed. It's still, you know, you fuck around and split, and you're a person, man, that want access to your kid, and you love your kid, and you want to have your kid at your place, or you want to try to get some type of custody or whatever. Man, these brothers go through some shit. All right,
Hmm.
they
Yeah,
go through it.
yeah, and that was
Crazy,
why
man.
I after that issue, um that was one attorney I had to fire. I got rid of that attorney. After that, I got rid of that attorney, and I'm still trying to get more time. And I learned later, after I get another attorney, that this judge, he says to me in open court that he didn't believe in the fathers having too many overnights. So
Mm,
not only I have to deal with the issue that my ex-wife is fighting me to get more time, I got to deal with the judge's bias, open bias,
yeah.
blatantly open bias. And I'm looking at my attorney like, dude, so I mean, what does it got to do? I mean, you hire an attorney, you spend the money to do that type of stuff. Officers of the court, this is what they know. You're basically forcing men to become attorneys and
Hmm.
blaming them because they don't know what the procedures and all that. They are eating on men that are making a lot of money. They are also eating on men who actually care for their kids.
Yeah, yeah. Because think about it, brother, perfect black. If you're a brother and you have a kid or two, right, and you love your kid, you in there, man, you got to fight tooth and nail. You know who you don't see in child custody court or child support court? Them brothers that got like 20 baby mamas. You
Nope,
don't see them in there.
you don't
Yep.
see that.
Yeah, you don't see those brothers in there. You don't see them in there with their 10 baby mamas, and she's suing them for child support, or they fighting for custody. She literally chasing him with the damn baby, talking about you need to come see your kid. But a brother who actually loves his kid and wants to be around his kid and wants access to his kid, he got to go through all this bullshit, take time off of work, spend
Oh,
all kind of money, uh, talk to this one, talk to that one, and you study got people in the back room telling you, oh well, you shouldn't be trying to take this kid away from their mother. You got all that shit to contend with if you love your kid. But if you somebody that got 25 baby mamas, you will never see a courthouse. You will never pay a cent of child support. I
hmm.
mean, it's so fucking backwards, man. It is so freaking backwards, and people don't understand, man, how backwards this goddamn system is, man. But let me ask you this, man. I mean, going through all this shit, and you still kind of going through it now, right? You still
Oh
kind
yeah,
of going through it, right?
oh yeah,
What
absolutely.
what kind of effect has this had on the kid? Because your baby is what, like she's 8 or 9 now, right? She's not like a toddler. She's like 9 years old, right?
She's 10. She just has
Okay,
she just turned 10 in
she's 10.
October.
So
Yep.
what kind of effect has this had on the baby, man?
Um, the effect it's had on our relationship. Number one, it has been a bit strained, and it's still strained because I'm trying to repair it. there's a lot of, or at least on my end, there's a lot of mistrust because I know that she has a deep affinity for her mother, and she believes things that she says that her mother has told her. I know. She believes things that her mother has told her, and I have to, battle, through that type of stuff. Um, I'm not gonna go into too much detail in terms of things that she
Mhm.
has it, but I will say that it has strain. Now, is it getting better the older that she gets? I think so, but it's still a lot of things that we have to work through. But I still have a lot of mistrust, so I got to have these cameras running all the time, making sure things are going right. Um, I can't. I don't feel comfortable with hugging her or anything like that, especially too much. I don't even want to be in the bathroom with her too much. I always tell her to, hey, step out the bathroom. It's like that.
Mm. Wow.
So I have to
So
do that to protect myself. So
you have
and
to be extra cautious now because of
yeah,
all the other bullshit from the past, man.
yeah, you have to be extra cautious, and she may see that as me being standoffish towards her, or I may not love her. It's hard for me to tell. Okay, is she really coming around? I don't know. And what makes it hard is that I don't know how it is in any other states, but I just can't go get a therapist so just her and I can talk to without her mother's, approval. I can't do
Mm.
that. I cannot do that. So we're kind of just left with kind of, shooting this in the dark, you know. And that's never really a good way to deal with these things. You need professional help. It's kind of going to be hard to get professional help when you need the principal alienator's approval.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So yeah, it has not been it has not been an easy thing. And given that that I'm married, got my wife, and she's we got a 9-month old and she's pregnant. All of that plays a part in it. You know? It
Mm.
plays a real part in it. You know? Hey, give me 1 second, man. Give me 1 second. I'll be back in 1 minute. Literally
Go
1 minute.
ahead. You got it. You got it. I'll monologue with the Negroes till you get back. Yeah, man, it's crazy, y'all. I mean, y'all listening to it, man. And those of you who are familiar with Brother Perfect Blackness, man, y'all have heard the nightmare stories he's told about his fight, man, with custody and his ex-wife and all the BS that he had to go through, the money he done spent, and he's not alone. All right, he's not alone. A lot of brothers, man, catch a lot of hell. They go through a lot of shit. And it always seems like the system is on the kid's mother's side. No matter how horrible she is, no matter how many lies she done fucking told, how many accusations she done made, how much shit she done made up to make you look bad. And they can know it's lies. They can know it's BS. They can know it's made up. And guess what? They never take that into consideration. That she can tell 2 or 3 lies. Those lies could be proven to be lies, and she can tell lie number 4, and they'll believe it and act on it. Yeah, they'll act on a lie number 4, knowing that she done lied 3 times previously. They will act on a lie, especially if she makes an accusation that you've done something to her or the child. Up, like Brother Perfect Blackness said, the whole process stops now because see now we need to investigate this new lie this bitch done told. Yeah, we got to investigate this new lie this bitch done told. So now everything comes to a screeching halt, right? You can't get nothing done now because now they're investigating this. So that pushed the shit back another month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, whatever it is, just so it can be proven that she told a goddamn lie. So now you got to start all over again and pick up where you left off 3, 4 months ago, man. It's just the stupidest of shit. Brother Perfect Black back, yeah. You
Yeah,
back, Brother Perfect Black? All right,
yeah, I'm
go
back.
ahead, you
Hey,
got it.
yeah, I've I'm putting some things in the back check, and I want you to kind of take a look at some of this other stuff. That last link, man, there's something particular I want to really get into. Probably maybe not now, but I definitely want to get into because it really goes into the numbers about black fathers being the most involved fathers and all of that type of thing. And but there's some other ones up in there, and I kind of go into what is kind of talking about some studies and whatnot. Because I know a lot of people in this space today we talk about, and people spouse it and say, well, the studies out there that show that that fathers are out there that fathers want to be a part of their children's lives and the positive effects that it has on their kids, and when they talk about the best interest of the child, there are more than enough studies out there to show that exactly that fathers being involved in their children's lives make a better kid. And
Absolutely.
at this point, the courts know this. The courts know this type of stuff is out there. They just don't care.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
don't care, and it just just what Mr. Palmer said. Somebody you got to interview, man. Mr. Palmer, he goes into this as well, and how that
Oh
this
yeah.
industry.
I've had Mr. Palmer on here before. He's been on here before.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, because he can.
Everybody's been here, brother. Perfect Black. They all have been here.
Yeah,
Go
because
ahead,
he
brother.
goes into this too, man, about how uh he goes into the economy of it is to it's a $51 billion industry, you know.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
it has never been, at no point in time has this ever been about the best interest of the child, because all studies
Absolutely not.
show the best interest of the child is with the father being involved. If that was the
Yeah.
case, every court in the nation will every court in the nation will come up with automatic 50-50, unless proven
Yeah.
otherwise.
Yeah.
But because we
That
both
would
notice there's
that would
not
be
a,
the
it's,
default.
right, that'd be
That
the
would be the
default.
default.
If it was truly within the best interest of the child, the default would be 50-50, unless you can prove some type of uh, 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 you know reason that one party shouldn't have 50-50.
Yeah.
But now a woman doesn't have to prove anything. All she got to do just
No.
allege.
Yeah.
All she got to do is just allege. And
Yeah.
that is the infuriating thing. And I don't know anyone, just looking at it completely logical, who would say that is an acceptable reality to live in, unless you're a man.
Yeah.
That is a completely offensive reality to force people to live in, to where anybody can just allege that you've done something, and now you have to walk back with proof.
Hmm.
I mean, this gets into the general things of Me Tooism. I mean, me at my job, I won't even take an elevator alone by myself with a woman. That's how bad it's gotten. I don't even want to be in the same area alone with a woman.
Yeah. Nowadays you can't, because anything that a woman says, they'll believe, man.
Mm-hmm.
And all she got to do is say it. Oh, he looked at me in a sexual nature. Should you fuck around and lose your job over that shit? You ain't even noticed this bitch.
Right.
And she done went and told the fucking, she done went and told somebody that you done looked at her or did something. And now, like they always, oh, we have to investigate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and you always end up on the short end of the stick, man, because it's hard. It's hard to prove that you didn't do what this person is accusing you of. Like, I mean, because if you're not underneath a camera or being recorded some goddamn where,
Mm-hmm. It's
you're
hard,
fighting. Yeah, you're fighting something that didn't even fucking happen.
especially if your kids say some things.
Exactly.
Man, if your kids say some things that didn't happen, dude, if you're not under the watchful eye of a camera, dude, you're gonna be in trouble, man. Unless the medical evidence, like it happened in my case, unless the medical evidence can prove otherwise.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
and that's how bad it is. That makes me ask a question: how many men are in prison right now for stuff like this that they didn't do, but they just didn't have they didn't have the finances to hire an attorney to prove
Yep.
themselves. Because if it is, if they find any evidence to it, it goes straight to criminal.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't find any evidence to it, they just kind of just over nothing to see here. Let's just keep looking over.
Let's keep going now. Don't worry about us inconveniencing your fucking life or stopping the process that you're trying to complete. Let's just move on. Let's just pretend nothing happened, all right?
And-
because it didn't.
Yeah. That's right.
They-
And you know, I had to take all my cases. I took all my cases to the DA, to the local prosecutor, and I got laughed out. They
Yeah.
said that I need to come with proof that she lied.
Yeah,
That's what they told me. I had to come with proof that she lied.
but she doesn't have to come with any damn proof that
She
you
had to
did
bring
something.
not one scintilla of proof that I did anything.
Yeah,
But she
just
just
say it.
lists these things, and an automatic process takes place.
Yeah.
I temporarily lose my visitation every time, every single time. It's not even a question. Before guilt or anything is even established, you lose your custody. You lose your visitation.
Mhm.
It automatically stops.
Yeah.
And so now a whole process before a judge. Now I gotta have a hearing,
Mhm.
and that can be 30 days down the road.
Yeah,
All
because you
the
done
while,
been
I still gotta
accused
pay
of some
child-
bullshit. Yeah, you done been accused of some bullshit. So it makes you look bad in the process, you know, that you're trying to complete. You're trying to get this custody. You're trying to, you know, get access to your kid. And now some bullshit allegation done been leveled against you. So,
Well, you
you know,
borging out real bad.
am I? No shit.
You
The hell
borging out.
going
You
on?
borging out real bad. I don't know if it was just me.
Can you hear me now? Am I good now? Can you hear me now?
Nah. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I mean, you know, you're going through all this bullshit. It doesn't stop the process. And even once you clear yourself, right? You get cleared of this allegation she done leveled against you and the shit that been proven to be untrue. Even with that, when you pick up where you left off in the process, they're still looking at you, you know, side-eyed because of what you done been accused of. Even though there was no proof, people are still looking at you, you know, out the corner of their eye because she done said this shit. And some of those people still believe it. They still believe it,
Yeah,
man.
exactly. And you know, and not only, I mean, people don't understand what that does, what this process is. I mean, people don't even think about what has to take place. You know, when that type of stuff, you get the police involved. They investigate. They asking your neighbors. They're calling your job.
Yeah. I mean, it's not
Your
a good
IT
look,
person
man.
like me, they're going through your computer.
Yeah.
That first
Yeah.
one that she just threw up, you know, about having child porn on my computer.
Mm.
You know, they came to my job, went through my job computer.
Of course.
I damn near lost that job.
Of course. Of course, man. I mean,
And that was after they got my computer at home and found nothing.
it's just crazy, man. You know, and you know, I know people listening, you know, they thinking that this is an extreme case, but this isn't as extreme as y'all
It's
think
not.
it is, man.
This is not, and it really bothers me to when people say, "Oh, this is just an extreme." No, it's not. This is common. This
Yeah.
happens all the time. The thing is, the people that it's happening to can't afford to get attorneys to fight the cases. They lose their custody, even if they don't go to prison or anything. But if it's proven to be unfalse, they've already lost their time with their kid. They've already lost the custody of the kid, because a lot of these women, what they're doing during the process of proving yourself innocent, she has filed motions to get full custody,
Mm-hmm.
like she tried to do with me. And a lot of
Plus,
these men are losing their custody of the kid just through the process.
yeah, because all it takes is for them, because that's usually the go-to, right? When there's a custody dispute between the mother and the father, one of the first things that come out their mouth is, "Oh, he molesting the kids. He's doing something to the kids. He's beating the kids." You know, that's the first thing that's going to come out of their mouth if they want to slow it down, because they know once they say that, everything's going to come to a screeching halt, right? Now they fucking investigating you, right? And what they're hoping is that, you can't get yourself, unburied from all these false allegations, and they'll just go ahead and do whatever the hell it is they're doing. But if you're a dude of means and a dude who knows how to circumnavigate his way through it, eventually you're gonna, you'll fight through those bullshit allegations because you're willing to do that. Why? Because number one, the allegations are not true. And number two, you love your kids. So you do whatever it takes. And I think what happens with a lot of these women is they underestimate how much you love your children.
Okay. Can you put NYC Songman's last comment on the screen there?
Yeah. Let me shout out my man, my Charlotte brother, MGTOW Flight, with the $2 super chat. I appreciate that, brother MGTOW. He says, I was falsely accused of domestic violence. Man, let me tell you something. You and about 5 million other dudes. But I appreciate that $2 super chat, brother MGTOW Flight. You get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. You talking about this last one right here that he just said?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Exactly. That one right there where he said, I find it hard to believe that such a serious accusation was made, yet no hearing was held on the matter. No, just no. Okay. I actually, I really, I empathize with that type of position, and it kind of goes right to the heart of just why stuff like this continue to go, because we assume that the justice system is going to operate the way that it purports itself, and it don't. Now, I don't know if NYC here, if he is aware of who Mr. Palmer is, but Mr. Palmer, he saw some of my receipts. He's the only one. He's the only person in the manuscript. He saw my receipts. I literally emailed him court documents and whatever and whatnot of these of many of these accusations. So he knows, he's seen the receipts on these accusations. So what I'm saying here is not a lie. Okay. And this is one of the reasons why, just the way he felt right there, he is so sure that this is just not going to happen without some type of hearing. That is exactly how I felt. And so, just like when that guy who shot his ex-wife and then pregnant girlfriend, I sympathized with him because I was there. And the reason why I was there, because I had that type of thinking that NYC Songman had. I kept thinking that there's no way that she can make these type of accusations and nothing happened to her. And nothing was happening to her.
Yeah,
I had to fire attorneys. I'm arguing with my own attorneys in the court, and I'm being escorted out, being threatened with contempt. And see, I had that same type of thinking, and it's that type of thinking right there that actually fuels the system here, because most people harbor the thinking that NYC Songman have. They honestly do, but again, I don't blame him for that thinking. I'm not blaming him for it, because that is the common thinking right there. This is, people don't believe this stuff. Most people, they don't believe it, so therefore they think, oh, my case is a rare case. It's an outlier. No, it's not. There are a lot of men like myself suffering in silence, and it pushes men to do just what that man did and killing all those and killing those two women because they have no way out. I've been fighting since my child was she's 10, since she was 1. That's 9 years. He was fighting for only 3. but he got two people in between.
Mm.
He got one who did all of this stuff. Then the current girlfriend said, "I'm gonna do the exact same thing that the other one did." So I can just imagine he just went through this whole thing of 3 years of going through this. Now he's got to go through it again with this one. Yeah, and after what he's witnessing, how the courts are treating him, yeah, he saw no way out, and
Yeah.
it had me there. I was there. I had to have it. Was people that I coached. They come knocking on my door. I lose a job because of no call, no show 2 days in a row. Because I'm sitting there
Mhm.
planning this shit. I was totally just like he was when he was on that video. He was totally resolute about and accepting about what was getting ready to happen to him. Accepted his fate. I accepted my fate. Now I wasn't going to kill myself, but I was totally resolute about the fact. Okay, yeah, I'm going to prison for the rest of my life. I'm just going to. It's going to be this. So I can't deal with this. I can't take this type of injustice, unanswered injustice. I can't take it. That's how I was. And I bet you, because of the mindset that he has, that Mr. NYC has there, I guarantee you, if this type of a misfortune were to befall him, and he expecting the court system, a justice system to operate the way that it purports itself, and when it don't, I really shudder to think of where it would take him.
Well, well, that's the thing, though, right? And I talked about this last week. Many, I don't know if it's the case for Brother NYC, but many brothers can't really relate to this kind of stuff because, see, most black men don't have children, right? Most black men don't have children. So they can't really relate to what you go through, especially when you're talking about, splitting up, leaving away from children that you've lived with, that you've watched be born, you've watched them take their first steps, say their first words, and then you and the woman, y'all split. So now the whole relationship changes, right? The relationship you have with your child changes, right? You live in one place, she living somewhere else with the baby. She's giving you a hard goddamn time, right? You can't see your kid. She's saying all this bullshit. She's not showing up for visitation, you know, but she study after you for money. All that shit is going on at once, right? And people will say, because I've heard people say this shit, oh man, you just weak. You need to do this and do that and do this and do that. But what brothers don't understand is that many brothers who love their children are already doing this and doing that. They're doing this and they're doing that. And guess what? They're still not getting access to their kid. They're still getting bullshitted in the courthouse. They're still being ran through all these fucking tunnels and jumping through all these hoops and seeing very little results. All right. Because the brothers who really care about their kids, guess what? They do all the shit. All right. They go through all the nonsense. They listen to all the freaking childhood reps and all this other kind of nonsense. They sit in the goddamn hearings. They have these people coming to their fucking house. All right. Opening doors and looking in refrigerators and looking in rooms and all this kind of nonsense. All that is going on. This and that is already happening. And guess what? Brothers are still coming up short because the mothers are still ending up with the kids at like a 90% fucking rate. All right. So let us be clear. All right. Let us be clear. These things are happening. All right. And brothers
Mm-hmm.
are going through a lot of bullshit. All right. They're going through a lot of bullshit. That's just the truth.
Yeah, this stuff ain't been made up. It's not. It's not being made up. Like I said, I had to go through counseling because of what because I was at a very very low place. This put me at a very 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 low place. And I had to go get counseling, and I encourage all men who's going through this stuff, go get counseling. Please go get counseling because you don't want to be the next viral video. You just don't. You don't want to be the next viral video. But this is what's going on, and this is what's happening because there's a lot of unanswered, blatant injustice of what's going on, and people honestly, they ignored. And I hate to say this, but they ignored honestly uh, because how the system purports itself, how we are raised to believe what the court system is there to do. We honestly believe that the court system is there. It's the best. It's the best court system that money can buy. All that other type of stuff. So we don't honestly. We really don't want to believe that this type of stuff goes on. That this type of blatant and just blatant injustice goes on openly like this. I mean, this type of stuff takes us back to the Jim Crow era. The last time, and I don't want to, compare the two, but I'm just talking about the sheer injustice of it, the sheer blanket, blatant, open injustice of this, in this way. You have to go back into the civil rights era, where people were just being hung on trees and nobody did anything about it. And we all know who did and all that type of stuff. I mean, this type of stuff when judges are telling people they don't believe in fathers getting too many overnights. When you can say that type of stuff, when a woman can make repeated false acts and nothing happened to her. And see, that was the thing that drove me. See, the thing of what NYC was saying, that's what drove me to planning murder. That thinking right there with plan, because I was like, wait a minute, how is nothing happened to her? How is no one is questioning her? No police, detective, nothing. Nobody questioning her. I'm saying in open court, this isn't happening. We see the medical evidence. The judge says nothing to her. Nothing. No question. Then he orders another hearing because he says he wants to know how is it. He says to me in court, he finally says to me, I don't believe that I don't believe you're doing this. I want to know how this is. So he orders a whole nother hearing. And miraculously, nothing has happened on the case. People, when you tell people this stuff, people don't believe this shit is going on until you start reading the goddamn court stuff. You have to literally you have to give people court documents for people to believe this type of shit is going on.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen and from what I went through, I mean, they have you in there, and they act like you fighting for kids that ain't even yours.
Exactly.
It's like you fighting for some other dude's kids or something because they got the position of why do you want the kids? They got that position. So you you in there fighting for kids like they ain't even yours, man. That those are the walls they put up for you, and we go back to the what's best for the children. If it was really about what was best for the children, the shit the shit they put you through, because I know what I went through, man. When I was fighting for custody and shit, man, like I said, man, they came to my house. They was calling a job, all this kind of bullshit. They wanted to make sure I had health insurance. They wanted to make sure I wasn't about to be fired. All this kind of bullshit they was doing. But guess what? You think they ever went to her house to see what the living conditions was like? You think they ever went over there to see if the kids had a place to sleep? You think they ever went over there and looked in the refrigerator? You think they ever tried to call her job or made sure she had fucking health insurance and shit? You think they did any of that shit? Absolutely not. But they did it to me. They did it to me. So if I'm a person, I have to prove my worthiness of being around my own kid, of having my own kid at my house. I have to prove my worthiness. But her worthiness of being a parent never comes into question, no matter how bad she fucks up. That's what I don't understand. Like, I mean, and I'll say this. I mean, they'll make you jump through all these hoops and run on all these treadmills just to get your children at your house. But a woman can have a baby, man, and walk out of that hospital and go live behind the woods, in the woods behind the hospital, in a tent. You think anybody coming back there making sure that baby got any food or milk or a warm place to sleep or a bed or heat or socks or shoes or anything? Absolutely not. She could be feeding that baby leaves. No one will give a shit. They ain't never coming to that tent to see if there's food in there. But you let the father go after that same baby for custody. That woman that got that baby living in a refrigerator box, boy, they will give him all kinds of hell. They need to come to the house. They need to make sure the baby got a bed. They need to make sure you got this and make sure you got that. And you would be like, damn, wait a minute. She got my baby living in a fucking refrigerator box. I mean, I just don't get it.
That's because they don't care, and it's never
Yeah.
been about. It's never been about the best interest of the kid. That was something that Mr. Palmer he proved on his on his channel that they have it's about what's the best interest is for the state, not for the kid.
Yeah.
It's not about the kid, it's about the state.
Yeah.
And it's never been about the kid. Otherwise, a judge wouldn't ask me why do I want 50-50? Why should I get 50-50?
Yeah.
Why should I get equal time as the mother?
Yeah.
Was his exact
Told me
words.
that
Why
too.
should I get equal time as the mother?
Told
And I'm
me that
sitting
too.
here, have already proven myself on several occasions. People have been out to my home, people have written letters, people in the courtroom on my side ready to testify on my behalf, to speak for me. Yet he asked me that insulting question. Why? First of all, to even ask a father that question, ask a decent father who's wanting to have time with his child to ask that type of question, that in and of itself is insulting. Why do you want equal time with the mother?
Yeah, well,
I defy anybody who would defend that type of shit. And
well,
anybody who would, and I will say this, and then this is me talking. Anybody who defend that type of shit, I hope you die slowly. Die slowly in agonizing death.
It always appears, right? It always appears that the more you love your children, the harder you have to fight to see them. I'll say again, those dudes with 20 baby mamas, they don't go through this shit. All right. You'll never see them in child support court or custody hearings or none of that shit. All right. The more you love your children, the harder you usually have to fight for them. Because, see, women can tell, right? Because they like to operate on these opposites, right? And then they can tell, man, that you really care about your kid, man. They can tell that you love your child. They know that.
Mm-hmm.
So
They
of
wouldn't be able to
course,
do what they do.
yeah, of course they're gonna do all this. They're gonna do all this kind of nonsense, man, to make it hard for you. And likewise, they can tell the dudes who don't give a damn, so they don't even bother. They don't even bother trying to file for child support because they know this Negro is broke and he got 15 other babies out there. They ain't trying to chase him. They ain't trying to chase him down for no money. All right. And he probably can come see the kid whenever he want, because he does pop in, maybe twice a year. So those 2 times out the year, she don't give him no problems. In fact, like I said earlier, she probably gets on her phone and be like, "Oh, you need to come see your daughter. You need to come see your son." Uh, it's the land of opposites, man. And
Indeed.
people don't understand, because like I said, most brothers don't have children, so they don't know what the father-child relationship is like. They don't know what it's like to freaking be away from your child and not see him for 6 months, 7 months, 9 months, a year. you know they have no idea what that's like for a brother. You can't just alpha your way through that shit. All right, you don't just alpha your way through it. If you care about your kids, that fucks with you. All right. It fucks with you, especially when you lived with your children. All right. You lived with your kids ever since they were born. And now the kid is 6 years old, 7 years old. And all of a sudden, bam, now you don't get to see your kid no more. All right. No more do you see your kid anymore. No more taking your kid out with you. No more you taking your son fishing. No more you those Saturday drives, taking your son out to do the things that y'all do on the weekend. That shit fucks with you, man. All right. Cause I know when it happened to me, it fucked with me. All right. When I was away from my kids, man, that shit fucked with me for a long time.
It
All
did.
right. And
Yeah,
I mean,
it
it
did.
just had me messed up, man, because I was used to seeing them. I was used to helping them with their homework. I was used to seeing them go off to school. I was used to doing things with them anytime I wanted, and now bam, all that's over, and you got to readjust. And when you try to be diplomatic and say, hey, look, I want to come get the kids, Saturday, may they come stay at my house. And, you can't do it. Now you jammed up. So what you got left to do if you can't use diplomacy with this woman because she trying to hurt you because she's still so pissed that y'all done split. So now you don't have any choice but to rely on the court system. And many times, man, the court system, it doesn't work for your favor, man. I mean, you usually come in there disproving your guilt as opposed to establishing your innocence or your worthiness as a parent. All right. You're in there disproving your guilt off top because she's already filled their heads up with a bunch of nonsense and, how awful of a person you are, how awful of a father you are. She's already filled their heads up with that. And even though it's straight lies, they believe it,
Hmm.
but they won't believe your truth. They won't believe it.
Exactly, man. Exactly. So, but look, man, I hate to cut this short because I do got to go.
Mm-hmm.
And I did put the one of the things that I didn't get a chance to talk about. Really wanted to get into that last link, that CDC a link where black fathers are the most involved fathers.
Oh, yeah.
I actually want to go through that because it showed, man, percentage. It showed the numbers
Yeah.
about even
I have that sheet.
not only the non-custodial but the custodial as well. It went through both, man. It was really mind blowing. But even the other links you should go through about the fathers being the happiest parent, the masculine trait links to better parenting, and that was a Ohio State study that
Mm-hmm.
they found the importance of dads. There also it also talks about the deadbeat dad myth. These are things that you want to go through and but right now because I do have to go because
Yeah.
it's
Well, I'm copying all the
family.
links.
Yeah,
I'm
man,
copying all the
go through
links.
that, man.
So
Go through that.
we will have
So
it. We will have it.
I do apologize. I have to cut it short, but I got to take care of some stuff here at home. So there you
All
go.
right. Well,
Because
well,
I'm a
do your
family
thing,
guy.
man.
So
I
yeah.
appreciate you coming through, man. And the brothers is saying drop the link. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna put all the links in the chat for y'all because the brothers want to see them. So the
Well,
brothers will
I'm gonna
they'll
be
get.
listening in, and I'll if you're still up by the time I get done doing this here, then I'll chime back in. But I won't be listening.
All right, my brother. I'll be on here for a little while because I got to talk my shit. Plus I want to
Absolutely, man.
drop. Plus I want to drop the links for the brothers because the brothers want to see them. So I'll put those. I'm gonna put those in the chat, y'all.
Alrighty.
Peace, brother. Perfect Blackness.
Peace, man. And thanks, man. Thanks.
Absolutely, man. Anytime. You already know, brother. Yeah, just got off the line with my Chi-Town brother, Perfect Black. He had to tend to his family, but we're going to continue, and I'm going to put these links in the chat. He gave me quite a few of them, y'all, so y'all go ahead and check them out. I'm going to put them in there one at a time because he put about 10 of them in there. So y'all just click them because I'm only putting them in there once. Only once, Negroes. Y'all can go ahead and read them for yourselves. I think I might have put one in there twice. Damn it. I'll go ahead and check those links out for yourself. Get all those links. All those links, brothers. Y'all know how we do it here. We will put the links in the chat for you Negroes to read it for yourself. Just believe me. Go ahead, check those links out. All right. And Brother Perfect Black, he might come back. He has had to go do some family stuff, but it's crazy, man, because you know, man, I know with me, I can only speak anecdotally, man. You know, I know when I had to split from my kids, that shit fucked with me, man. I was pissed off like a motherfucker. And, you know, in the beginning, like Brother Perfect Black was saying, and I was saying earlier too, when we first split, I didn't have any problems seeing my kids. You know, she would actually bring them to the house, and you know, I could come there and pick them up, and she'd be like, "Oh, you want them? Do you want them to stay the whole weekend? They can stay the whole weekend if you want them to." You know, I mean, I was getting that kind of shit. She would actually call me and be like, "Oh, can I bring bring the babies over because you know I'm going to such and such." You know, you'd get that kind of phone call. You know, and of course you're gonna be like, "Yeah, you know, bring them over." You know, shit. But once, you know, I started, you know, rebuilding my life and doing all of that shit. Once I started rebuilding my life and finding other vaginas, okay. Once I start finding some more of those, that's when all shit went to hell. When she start coming to the house and seeing chicks, cars parked out there and shit, that's when shit went crooked. That's when shit went crazy. That's when uh you ain't seeing your kids started. That's when I don't want that bitch around my kids started. That's when, oh, don't come here because the kids ain't gonna be here for you to pick them up started. You know, that's when all that shit started, you know? And that's usually when it starts. I mean, long as she think you, like I told Brother Perfect Black, as long as she thinks you sitting home, missing her ass, she don't have a problem with you accessing your kids. If there's this little tiny modicum of hope that you may still want her, as long as she think you still want her, you're fine. You can see your babies as much as you want. You can see your babies as much as you want. Trust me. If she think you still want her, shit, she'll let you come to the house and fuck. Yeah, you can still come there and fuck and everything. As long as she think you still want her. But what happens is with a lot of brothers is they like, you know what? I'm done with this. You know, like Brother Perfect Black said, like, you know, I believe in the train not backing up. A train don't back up. So once I done left the station, that's it. All right. That's it. Now, when you are in that situation, when you do things that way, where you like, you know what, I don't want to deal with you no more. I don't want no more of your pussy. I don't want to be bothered with you. I just want to be around my babies. That's when the fucking problems start, man. Because God forbid you love your babies more than you love her ass. So that's when the problems start, man. I'm telling you. And brothers out there who have children, and y'all done split, you love your kids and you're fighting for custody, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Because as long as you coming over there trying to fuck, she don't have no problems with you being around the babies. None whatsoever. You coming over there, you trying to fuck her, you know, and y'all sorta back to the way y'all were, but you don't really stay there. You know, those crazy situations. Because you know us black folks, you know a lot of times we don't do shit right. You done left the house, you done moved out, but you know, you still coming there every so often, you know, and she trying to get you to get back in the bed, you know, and y'all not really together, but y'all, you know, y'all doing some of the shit that you was doing when y'all were together. You know how it is. As long as you're going around with that dog, as long as you're going along with that dog and pony show, you will always have access to your kids. But once you come to the conclusion that that dog and pony show is not for you anymore, that's when it all ends. Now you can't see your kids at all. That's the first thing she'll say. Oh, you ain't gonna see your kids. Yeah. Yeah. That's the first thing she'll say. She will keep you from the kids and move her new nigga right up in there on top of your babies. You're their father. You can't see them. But some strange Negro can be up in there and have access to your kids every single day. She cares about the kids, but she don't even care enough to not bring some new Negro in there. She cares about the kids, but disregard their willingness to want to be with you. So I say, man, a lot of these women, they just don't give a shit about these kids, man. Of course, they pretend to care about them as long as you're around. Yeah, they'll pretend to care about your kid as long as you're around, but you mess around and bounce. And shout out to Brother Dark Matter Reality TV with the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate that, brother. You know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Appreciate that, brother. Dark Matter Reality TV. Yeah, man, I mean, you know, when it comes to this stuff, man, especially when you're talking about child custody, child support, father's rights, you know, when it comes to that stuff, man, I mean, you have to have gone through it, man. You know, you have to have gone through it. I mean, it's easy to say, oh, well, you know, if I had a kid, I would do this, that, and the other thing. I hate when brothers say that, man. I hate when brothers, oh, well, you know, if I had a kid, I would do X, Y, and Z. Negro, if I had a yacht, I wouldn't sail it around the Bermuda Triangle. So what's your point? What's your point? And I'm pretty sure a lot of those brothers who don't have children, who don't have kids, when you fuck around and have one and you go through this shit, I think you'll see things a lot differently. I think you will. And all that stuff you said about what you would do if you had a kid, you probably wouldn't be able to do any of that shit you said that you would have done 5 years ago. When you telling brothers like Perfect Blackness and brothers like myself and other brothers who go through this shit with their children, while you telling us, oh man, if I had a kid, I would have did this. I want to see if your ass do that when you fuck around and have a kid and you and that chick split. Film it, tape it. Show us that you did. Show us that you did all that shit that you said you would do, man, if you was in that situation. Please film it. Please show us. Please say, yeah, this is what I did, just like I said. I'm telling you, man, if you don't go through this stuff, man, it's hard to talk about it, brothers. It is. If you don't go through this stuff, I mean, once you're in it, you don't know what the hell you'll do. All right? You don't know what the hell you'll do once you're in it. Because everybody's situation is different, right? Everybody's situation is unique. So, I mean, you can say you're going to do all these things, man, but in reality, you know, once you get there and, you know, you're fighting in court, this woman's insufferable, you're spending thousands of dollars, she's freaking stalling, The courts are assisting her in stalling because she's stalling you and they're not doing anything about it. All right. They're not doing anything about it as she fucks up, as she misses court dates, as she misses visitation, and she's supposed to bring the kids to you and she don't. All of that shit is going on. You don't know what you'll do in that situation. Because most of us, let's be honest, man, if we done had a kid with this woman while we weren't in a relationship with her, while we were married to her, the furthest thing from our mind is that, she's going to try to keep the kid from you, right? Because y'all together, she's showing you, that she loves the kid, when she around you, you're there. So of course she has to act like she loves the kid because you're there. Of course she's going to show the kid all kind of love and all that stuff, right? Of course she's going to do it. But guess what? Soon as you're not together anymore, all that goes away. She might even start abusing the kid now, beating the kid, verbally abusing the kid, treating the kid like crap because she's frustrated, not with the kid, but with you. She's taking out her frustrations on the kid now, using the kid to take out her frustrations against you, brothers. I know some of you brothers out there listening know what I'm talking about, man. Ain't like these are some isolated incidents. They're not. It happens more times than you think. This ain't no isolated stuff. It's not. Ain't nothing isolated about it. Y'all know how it is. That's why I tell people all the time. If you grew up without your father, man, and your father wasn't in your life, before you start hating him, like your mother has convinced you to do all your life, before you close that door on that man, find that man if he's still alive. Talk to that man. Listen to his side of the story. You have no idea what your mother and his relationship was like. You have no idea. Only thing you got to base it off of is what your old mama done told your ass. Go talk to him. He might have been a dude who was breaking his neck trying to see you, man. He might have been a dude that got locked up a few times trying to see you. He might have been one of those dudes where your mama just straight kept him away from you. So he didn't have no choice but to throw his hands up. Your mama might have took you, man, and moved to another state. He might still be looking for your black ass right now. You don't know. Find out. Don't just listen to old mama. Because you know she's going to tell the story from her vantage point. She's not going to tell you about the trials and tribulations that she put your old man through. She's not going to tell you about all the crazy shit she did. She's not going to tell you that your old man was constantly trying to see you, constantly trying to get access to you, constantly trying to visit you. but she always made sure that you weren't there. She always made sure she threw some type of roadblock in front of you. You think she's going to tell you that? You think she's going to tell you that? She's not. She's not. Because, see, she feels like if she can convince you to hate him, she's won. She's won. If she can convince you to hate him, because, see, if she's spending so much time convincing you to hate him, you know what that means? She don't hate him. She loves him. She still loves him. That's why she wants you to hate him. Because if she really hated the man, she wouldn't give a shit what you thought about him, would she? Unless she's some sociopath. She wouldn't give a shit what you thought about that man. Especially if he's not around. Right? If you're not around, she don't have to beat it in your head how horrible of a man you are and how you don't want to be involved with the kid and how you left and all that kind of nonsense. She would just sit back and indoctrinate you with her shit, right? Her old mama shit. She would just indoctrinate you with that, would she not? But if your mama spent a lot of time telling you how lousy your father was, the reason why she's doing it is because guess what? She still loved him. She still loved him. Now, she probably got over it after a while, but when he first left, her ass was still in love. And she couldn't believe he didn't want her no more. He don't want this no more. Yeah. 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 Because you know how these women are, man. You don't have the right to not want them. You don't have that right. I'm telling you, think about it, man. Think about what I said, man. I'm telling you. Not always about hating you, brother. I know a lot of us, we got kids by these old crazy fools. And we're like, damn, man, this woman hates us. No, I don't believe it. I don't think it's about hate. I don't think it's about hate at all. It's about love, man. Y'all split. She's still in love. You ain't. Why you think as long as you coming over there, continuing to bend her over, why you think she never give you no problems with seeing the kids? You're there. Even if you don't live there, you're there. Banging her from time to time, even though you don't live there. It's like being together, not being together all at the same time. It's like being together and being apart all at the same time. Women like it crazy. And they like it like that. Why you think a lot of these women, guess what, man? They done had a baby by this dude. He can still come through and hit that. He can still come through there, man, and put her on her back. Especially if she still got love for him. She still got love for the brother. It's no different with you, brother. You just happen to be the brother who has access to the funk box. You the one with access now. Even if she got another Negro around there. Yeah. Brother Dark mentality. Controlled chaos. That's exactly what it is. That's why, we talk about, brothers, getting down with these baby mamas. And people say, oh man, her baby daddy, he can still come through. He can still come through, spend the night. That's true. Because she's still in love with this Negro. Still got love for him. Still love him. But it's no different if you the baby daddy. Guess what? Especially when y'all first split, guess what? She still got love for you. Of course you can still come through. Yeah, you can still come through and bend her over. Yeah, you still come through and lay her down. Absolutely. It's just that it's you now. Instead of the other dude, you the baby daddy with the access. That's all it is, brothers. And guess what? You will never have any problems seeing your children as long as you keep doing that. Even if you don't live there. But see, there's the caveat. Here's the caveat to it, right? She don't have a problem with that going on for maybe 5-6 months, right? But if you used to live there and you moved out, eventually she's going to be like, oh, you need to come back home. She going to want you to move back in, even though you done went and got you another crib, right? And as long as you're trying to push that part away, long as you're pushing that part away from it, that's when the problems and the resistance is going to come along, right? But if you kind of entertain it and say, yeah, I'm going to do this, probably next month or next week or whatever, you just keep stalling, you still in there. Yeah, you'll still be in there, I'm telling you. And I know you brothers know what I'm talking about. You're still going to be in there. All right? You're still going to be in there. But see, when you do this, you actually mess up. You actually mess up. The best thing for you to do is stop banging her ass. Go ahead and let the games begin. Don't prolong it. Yeah, don't prolong it. Stop. Because while you over there banging her from time to time, she's still seeing y'all as being together, man. I'm telling you, she's still seeing y'all as being together. Even if you just taking one for the team, you're like, okay, let me go here, pull my stick out, so I can be with my kids today. Even if you take one for the little tykes, man, because let's be honest, man, a lot of us, we do that shit because of that, right? We know if we come over there, fuck her into a coma while she's sleeping, you get to be with your babies. You get to be with your babies. You get over there early, you bang her right into a coma, she fall asleep, start snoring. Shit, now you got the rest of the day to just be with your little heads and shit. Shit, she don't even care if you pile them in the car and haul ass. You can pile them in the car and be gone all day. She won't have no problem with that shit at all. You come back that night, She'll be on the porch. Where y'all been? You know, because she feels like it's a family again. she thinks it's she thinks it's a family again. Yeah, you go right ahead, bunk her ass right into a coma, and you and the little tykes, man, jump in the goddamn truck and go on off and do all kinds of shit. Go fishing, shit, go to Chuck E. Cheese, go to the carnival, do all kinds of shit. Don't come back till nighttime. And guess what? When you come back, she ain't gonna be mad. She be still in the damn house, walking around in her damn robe, talking about where y'all been. Y'all been gone a long time. Damn. She be like, I start to call the police. That bitch will be joking. She's so glad your ass done came back there. You done came back with the kids, and she thinks it's a family again. But see, that shit only rocked for about 6 months, though. You can get away with that shit for about 6 months. All right? Because eventually, she going to want to have that talk. You know, you've been coming over. You know, I know you got your own house, and, you know, and she'll use the kids then, too. Oh, you know, the kids, you know, they want you to move back in. You know, translation, me and the kids, and mostly me, want you to move back in. Because, see, you done left. So you know what else left? All your fucking money. All your money. Because, see, she ain't took you for child support yet. See how that works? So when you come there, you know, of course, you're going to pick your babies up. You're going to buy them sneakers and clothes and shoes and all kinds of shit. You're going to take them out. You're going to do all kinds of shit. But guess what? You ain't giving her black ass a dime. You ain't giving her black ass a dime. Nothing. You taking your kids when they come back with old handful, bag full, box full of shit. You like, yeah, see y'all. She like, when you coming back over? The kids, they tired. You know, you done filled their little bellies up with a bunch of junk and took them shopping and took them to the carnival and all this kind of shit. They tired as hell. You carrying them in the house and putting them straight in the bed. They don't even see you leave. Her ass do, though. Because soon as you unpack it, soon as you done unpacking they shit out the car and get ready to leave, she'll be standing right by that door in her fucking robe. You know that one she still got on, because you fucked her to sleep earlier. She's still walking around in that robe when you coming back. Yeah. That's what you're going to get, brothers. And I know you brothers know what I'm talking about. That's why y'all putting them damn laughing signs out there. Y'all know that shit is true, man. Y'all know it's true. That's how it happens. And see, a lot of that shit is our fault. It's our fault, brothers. Especially when we do this shit. We done fucked up when we do this shit. But why? Why do you do it? You're not doing it for her. You're doing it for the little tykes. That's why you're doing it. You're not doing it for her, man. You're not doing it for her. You're doing it because you want to be around them. You want to see them. You want to spend time with them. You want to spend money on them. You want to sit down and eat with them. You want to know what the fuck is going on in school. You want to know what's going on with them. Because that's what you're used to, right? You're used to being around them. You're used to them coming in and talking to you about stuff. So you ain't seen them in a while. So you want to get around your babies and catch up. What y'all been doing? How's school? Why ain't wearing them sneakers I bought you, Negro? Why ain't wearing them jeans I bought you? You're asking them these questions. You're trying to catch up because you haven't seen them in like 35 days. You got 35 days worth of stuff to catch up on. Stuff that you usually would know every day. You ain't seen your babies in a few weeks. You got a lot of shit to catch up on. So you willing to take one for the team. You willing to pull your stick out and use it. So you can exactly, brother Dark Matter, because you're used to being their father. You are used to being their father. Exactly. You're used to being their father. So now you're like this pseudo father. You ain't seen your kids in 4-5 weeks. You ain't seen them in a month. You ain't seen them in 2 months. So of course you're willing to take one for the team. That's a small price to pay. It's a small price to pay. You're willing to take one for the team for the little tykes, man. It's not about her. It never is. I mean, once y'all done split, shit with me, shit, it wasn't about her when we were together. Before the split. Shit. The kids is usually the reason why you hang on as long as you do. Because guess what, man? The shit that these women do, if you didn't have kids with her ass, you wouldn't fucking stay there. You wouldn't put up with that bullshit. If this chick didn't have your babies, she was just some chick you was fucking around with, you'd be like, man, get the hell out of here, girl. I'm out. But see, she got your babies. So you have a tendency to overlook a lot of bullshit for their sake. It's just the truth, man. I know we don't like to say it. We don't like to admit it. That shit's just the truth. It's reality, man. And if you love your babies, you will take one for the team. You don't have a problem sticking it in their old mama. Obviously, that's how they got here. So, of course, you will make that sacrifice to be around your babies. And the crazy thing is, a lot of times, you're not even, you can do without it, right? Because it's usually her. It's usually her. Because, she want to claim your penis. Long as she can get you to get up in there and lay it down, she can still lay claim to your penis, even though you're not living there. She's still laying claim to it. Because they love to claim one now. Still calling you her man, even though you moved out 2 months ago. And she's going to continue to call you her man if you study climbing in the bed with her black ass. She's going to continue to call you that. Because, see, you play a dangerous game if you study smashing her. You study sticking her, and you got other hoes that you sticking when you at your crib, and you're playing a dangerous game. You're playing a dangerous game. Yeah, but you still coming over there. All right, you still fucking her to sleep. So you can spend time with your little ones. She's still claiming you, brother. She's still claiming you. Especially if she's still in love with you. She can have another nigga on the side. Yeah, she'll have another nigga on the side. And he'll still be claiming you. If you still coming over there, putting her legs in the air. So, it's it's a tough call, man, because there's nothing we won't do to be around our babies, man. Even if it means laying up with their old mama who you don't even like anymore, you know? You don't even like her anymore. It's like, she's just like a person, you know? She's just like this person that you got to deal with because she got your kids. But you even willing to crawl in the bed with her just to keep shit smooth with your babies. And you see the happiness in your baby's eyes, right? You ain't been around in a while. Now you there. Your kids, they used to seeing you and their old mammy together. So they happy. They little heads, they asking you questions. Dad, are you moving back in? Are you and mom back together? Now they asking you shit. They seen you going mama room and not come out for like 2 hours. They ain't stupid. They know what you in there doing. They know what you're in there doing. You done went in there and y'all done turned the music all the way up. All you hear is blasted music. They know exactly what you're in there doing. You try to come out that motherfucker with a straight face and act like you and their mama was just in there talking for 2 hours. They know what's going on. So when you grab them up and you put them in the truck and y'all go off and, you know, go to the mall or go to the carnival, wherever y'all going, you know, while y'all in the car, they like, Dad, Dad, are you moving back in? Dad, are you and mom back together? You know they're going to be asking you that. Yes, they're going to ask you. So you got that pressure now. So I don't know. I mean, I know me, right? I was in that position for a while. I was in that position for a few months. Um, when I just stopped, I was like, I can't do this shit anymore. I'm not gonna come over here and pretend that that. No, no. So what I started doing, I just started saying, "Hey, look, what time can I come get the kids, or what time are you gonna bring to my house?" I just started doing that, and then I just stopped coming to the house. Period. I stopped coming to the house. Period. Um, because right after we split, her and the kids moved to another house. So I had never lived in that house. All right. I had never lived in that house. I actually helped her get it. Um, but I had never lived in that house. And I had no intention on living there. But I was coming through from time to time. And I had to stop, man. I was like, man, I can't do this shit no more, man. No, absolutely not doing this shit no more. And it actually worked out. I mean, she'd bring the kids to my house. She'd bring it to, because I had a condo. I was living in a condo. She'd bring the kids to the condo, and it was fine. Even though I wasn't doing nothing with her. I hadn't touched her, for a minute. I wasn't doing nothing with her. It was fine. She'd bring the kids to the house, everything. But after a while, her brother is in the condo alone. It's just a matter of time before he's not alone anymore. And, once I had, hoes coming over and she got wind of that shit, all of a sudden, stopped bringing my kids over. All of a sudden, couldn't pick them up no more. She would be outside my condo yelling, screaming, and just acting a damn fool. And then for a while, I wasn't even seeing my kids, man. I was like, man, this is crazy. So I had to go the legal route. And that's when the saga began. Okay. I've talked to y'all about this before, so I ain't gonna bore y'all with my story again for the 200th time, but that's when the saga began, man. That's when the saga began, and a long, long, drawn out battle for custody. I eventually did get custody, but it wasn't easy. And like I said, she was a fuck up. And the only reason why I think I was granted custody is because of the shit that she was doing. You know, acting a fucking fool in court, not showing up for court dates and shit like that. I think, I don't even think it was because I had a decent job making decent money and I had a place and a car and a health insurance and all that kind of shit. I don't even think it was because of none of that, man. I think it was because her ass was such a fuck up that they was like, okay, fine, here. Yeah. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. I mean, all the hoops they had me jumping through, and I jumped through quite a few. I don't think it was because of that, man. I think it was because, they just, they didn't have any other reason to keep me from the kids the way she was fucking up. Not coming to court, not bringing them to visitation, not being where she's supposed to be. I go there to pick the kids up. Ain't nobody at the house. Just crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. Like, and that shit went on for a while, brothers, a while. I'm telling you. I mean, I don't think I won custody because of all the shit I did or what I had. All right. I think it was because she was just so much of a fuck up that they was just like, you know what? We tired of this shit. Cause I wasn't even going for full custody, man. I was going for 50-50 custody. And of course she fought me tooth and nail on the shit, of course. Back and forth to court, just like Brother Perfect Black. She had accused me of beating the kids. So, once they say that shit, everything stops. Then they gotta figure that out. And then once they do that, then y'all pick back up where you left off. And, missing visitation, not showing up to court, making up shit. It was just a whole litany of shit, y'all. It was a litany of shit. And eventually, we went to court. And that last time, she was in there acting a damn fool. Okay. She was in there acting a damn fool. And she had already missed like 2-3 court dates consecutively. And they were going to grant me 50-50. Okay. I was going to get granted 50-50 custody that day. And, she went to acting a fool in the fucking courthouse. And the judge went ahead and gave me full custody. And I marched on out of that motherfucker. And they told her that she had to bring the goddamn kids before the end of the day, or they were sending the sheriffs out to lock her ass up. So guess what she had to do? She had to give me my fucking babies. And it was a glorious day, brothers. It was a glorious day when that happened. Because how many years? It was a little less than 2 that I was fighting, brother Dark Matter. Yeah, it was a little less than 2. Yeah, almost 2 years. Yeah, almost 2 years it took. Because of all the shit and all the postponements, and she wasn't coming to court, and I mean, just stupid shit, man. Dumb shit. Dumb old shit, brother. Just told you that's why I won. I didn't win because, I had proven myself. I won because they was just tired. They was like, man, we don't want to do it. Here you go. Here, take these kids, goddammit. Yeah, I make them. I joke about that shit all the time, because this was like 20 years ago. I mean, shit, man, my baby is 23. All right, that's my youngest kid. All right, she's 23. So you talking 20 some odd years ago, man. Because my baby at the time, she was, it's like 22 years ago, because she was only about, 1 at the time. I think she was 1.5 at the time. Yeah. Brother Doc Madison, that's not too bad. Yeah, because I know some brothers, man, that shit. I know some brothers who fought for 3 and 4 and 5 years. So you actually right. I mean, 2 years ain't really that bad to be fighting, to be honest. And it's crazy that you can actually say a year or two is not that bad. Ain't that something? That you can actually say a year or two is not that bad. I mean, it's just nuts, man. Um, but I was a young guy at the time. I was in my 20s, so I had the energy to do it. Costs a lot of money though, man. Thousands of dollars because you got to get an attorney, and then you're also losing money because you're taking days off of work. You got to go in there and explain to your boss that you got to go to court. This day, that day, this day, that day. You're gonna be off this day. Can you get this day off? Can I use my sick time? Can I use some of my vacation days? I mean, it was just nuts, man. It was a nutty ordeal, man. It was a nutty ordeal. But to be honest with you, man, I would do it all over again, man. I would do it all over again, man. I would do it all over again if I had to. But it's a lot, man. It's a lot of shit you got to go through. You best have some money so you can get you a decent lawyer. What I say to brothers all the time, if you done split with this chick and you love your kids and you want your kids to be with you, you want access to your kids, the first thing you need to do is have your shit together. All right? Have your shit together. Have your own place. Have your own car. Have somewhere for those babies to sleep. Have some shit there for those babies to eat. All right? Have them set out. Have them set out. Have it comfortable for those babies. Because guess what? They're going to want to come to your crib and look around. Well, I don't know if they still do that now, but I know with me, like I was telling brother Perfect Black, man, they came to the crib. They looking in rooms. They doing this kind of bullshit. So, have your shit together, brothers, before you even think about trying to get custody. Have your shit together. Have all your ducks in a row, man. Cross your T's and dot your damn I's, man. All right? Because guess what? They will use any little fucking excuse to make you look bad, no matter how bad of a mother she is. They can walk in there and see her smoking crack in front of the kids. Only thing they're going to do is tell her she got to go to a drug program. And it won't make it any easier for you as the father, even though they done caught her ass in there smoking crack. I'm telling you. I mean, she's got to be a colossal fuck up. She got to be a colossal fuck up, man. Because I know, we see these women, getting their kids taken and all that kind of shit. Trust me. They taking those kids because those women done colossally fucked up. They done did some fucked up shit. Probably multiple fucked up things. And what they've done is say, hey, look, do this, do that, go to this program, go to that program. And they didn't do it. And they gave them a second chance and a third chance and a fourth chance to do it. And they still didn't do it. That's usually when they come in and take the kids. They don't just walk in, man, and take these women kids, man. Don't believe that shit. I know a lot of people get their kids taken for some bullshit reasons, but a lot of those reasons are a lot of those instances are isolated, man. Usually, when a woman gets her kid taken from her, she's done some really, really fucked up shit. Or she done got these people in her life. And these people done put, they done put these requisites on her. They're like, well, you got to go to this program. You got to go to this parenting program. You got to go to anger management. You got to go to Narcotics Anonymous or Alcohol Anonymous or whatever, whatever parameters they put on them. You need to do this. You need to do that. And they'll give these chicks 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 different goddamn chances, man. 2 or 3 and 4, 5 different chances. And guess what? They will renege and fuck up every chance that these white folks give them. That's when they come in and take the kids, man. I'm telling you. That's when they come in and take the kids. Ain't like they just walk in there one day, this bitch in there smoking crack, taking a hit of that shit and handing the pipe to the goddamn social worker. And the social worker's like, no, thank you. She done hit that motherfucker, handed it to the social worker. They don't take the kid right then and there. They don't. They say, well, Miss Such and Such, you own drugs. So, you need to go to this drug program. You need to go to this program, that program for the safety of the children. Do this, that, and the other thing. Because, see, they can't take the kids without a judge's order. Because these child protection services, man, these child protection people, they don't have any power, man. They don't have any power. Why do you think when they come to take the kids, they usually have the police with them? They usually have the police with them to keep you from whooping on their white asses. They have the police with them, and because they don't have any power, man. What they do is they will write up something and put it before a judge. And a judge looks at it and says, well, these kids are in danger. You need to go and get them. You need to put them in protective custody. You need to do this. You need to do that. Shout out to brother Dark Matter Reality again with another coin drop. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. I appreciate that $4.99 super chat, brother Dark Matter Reality. Yeah, man. I mean, they don't just walk in and take the kids, man. They don't. I'm telling you, they can walk in and see her ass smoking crack, man. And they're not going to take the kids right then and there. What they're going to do is write up a case and refer it to their department. Put it in front of a judge. And the judge is going to sign off on their order saying, you need to go to a drug program. You need to go to a parenting program. You need to do this. You need to do that. And guess what? If you do all the shit that they tell you to do, they probably won't take the damn kids because they won't have any reason to. Now, of course, you'll be running back and forth here and there, and, they'll be coming to your house and doing all this kind of bullshit. But as long as you're within the guidelines of whatever the hell they got going on, they're probably not going to take the kids. These chicks get their kids taken because they didn't do what those white folks told them to do. White folks said, do this, you didn't do it. And they give your ass multiple chances. So now that you don't do it, they go back to that same judge and say, hey, look, Your Honor, this woman didn't do X, Y, and Z, even though you ordered it. We want to push for removal of the children. And once the judge signs off on the removal of the children, guess what? Now they have legal right to come get the kids. Now they coming with the police. Because, see, now they got a sheet of paper with a judge's signature on it saying they can do it. Because up until that point, they don't have any power to take anybody's kids. They don't. Shout out to brother Charles Merchant, longtime supporter of the T.P.O.T YouTube page with the $10 super chat. He says, paying tuition. I appreciate that, brother Charles. When you drop coins on this platform, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. Yeah, man. Up until the time they have that damn piece of paper with that judge's signature on it, they can't come take your kids, man. They can only do that shit via a judge's orders. You can just walk in there, man, and take your kids and put your kids in their car and drive off. No, can't do it. Can't do it. Especially if there's no imminent threat. And see, that's the thing. You know, with these child protective services and these what's that other shit? It's another damn thing. I can't even think of it. But these child protection services, they have a tendency to fuck with people, man, that aren't even fucking abusive parents, and the kids that are really getting abused and end up getting killed. The goddamn kids, the kids end up getting dead in the damn house, and they end up blowing the fucking case. Y'all need to look up. It's a kid, man. God, what's his name? Hernandez. I forgot his name, man. This kid, his case went so bad that the Department of fucking Children's Services, the workers got arrested. Along being arrested with his mom and his stepmom, they fucking arrested the goddamn child services workers because they neglected the case so bad. That boy had burns on him and fractured ribs and his head split open and all this kind of bullshit. That's how bad his case was. God, any of y'all remember, man, because I watched it on Netflix. God, what's the name of that little Mexican boy, man? I mean, horrible, man. Horrible. Horrible. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. I mean, that boy, he eventually died, man. They would lock that boy up in the closet, and people were complaining. People were talking about it, man. And yeah, ACS. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Brother Charles. I mean, it was so bad that they locked up the goddamn social workers, man. They locked up the social workers. That's how bad that fucking child abuse case was, man. They dropped the fucking ball. And that one, the teacher, she gets up there, she's crying the blues. Oh, he was such a nice kid. Bitch, you seen that boy coming in there with them burns and shit on him. You ain't say a fucking word. You didn't say a fucking word. I want to reach through this TV and slap that bitch. You saw that boy coming in there with them burns and bruises and shit on him. You didn't say shit. Dumb hoe. Shut up. Don't talk about it now. You had an opportunity to say that, boy. You just sat there. God, what is the name of that boy? I gotta look that shit up now. The hell is his name? What is the name of that boy? I think his last name was Hernandez. Little Mexican fella. What the hell was his name? Gabriel Fernandez. God damn it. I knew Brother Charles Merchant would correct my old ass. Gabriel. Gabe was his name. That's right, Brother Charles. Gabe. You know what I'm talking about. You see how they did that boy, right, Brother Charles? I mean, they were torturing the shit out of that boy till that boy eventually died, man. And nobody did nothing. I was glad them fucking social workers got locked up, motherfuckers. Because you know what? Instead of being on that case, you know where they was at? They was somewhere else fucking with somebody who ain't did shit. Because that's how they do it. People who damn near killing the kids and stabbing them and doing all this kind of bullshit. They don't even fuck with them at all. At all. All right? They don't fuck with them at all. Because y'all remember me, right? Y'all remember I'm the one who brought y'all these folks. Let me see if I still got it up here. Let me see if I still got it up here. Let me see if I still got it up here. I'm the one who brought y'all these folks here. Let me see. Gotta pull it up now. I'm the one that brought you these folks here. The Momnificent Seven, as I call them. Not one fucking CPS worker. Between these 7 hoes, 13 children are dead. No CPS cases. Nobody walking in their house, opening doors and looking in rooms and checking the refrigerator for food or checking the babies for bruises. Nobody was doing any of that. Baby's just dead. Right? Right? And you wonder why I'm always talking about these old mamas. You wonder why. You wonder why. Because I see the faces of these children, man. Notice I just have these pictures on deck. And these babies here, they were murdered. All these babies here were murdered too. No one cares. Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares. They just don't. Because, see, I get pissed, brothers. And the reason why I get pissed, I'll tell you why. Because I know y'all wondering why, right? I'll tell you why I get pissed. Because we always hear this talk of the future of Black society, right? We hear this fucking talk all the time, do we not? But we hardly ever hear people talk about the Black children, which is funny to me because the Black children are the future of Black society. Maybe I'm just crazy because I don't know about y'all, but 50 years from now, my ass will be dead. I'm sure. Maybe y'all will still be alive, but I'm pretty sure I'll be dead. But guess what? I have offspring. My offspring have offspring. And those little offspring will more than likely be here in 50 years. So they represent the future. Negroes like me, I represent the past. And I understand that. I'm cool with that. But I also realize that these little tykes, man, if we don't get them straight, if we don't set them on a decent path, if we don't protect them, how can we even have a conversation about Black society's future? How are we going to have that conversation? How are we going to have that conversation if they're not included in it? We always sitting around here trying to change grown folks, raise grown ass folks, change their minds, make them come around. It's not going to happen. But those children, you have a direct effect on your children. You have a direct impact on your goddamn kids. Now, I'll say again, I know most Black brothers don't have children. So this conversation is not for y'all, but for brothers that do. This is for y'all. I tell people all the time, we're always trying to train grown folk. Can't change these grown ass people, man. You can change your kids, though. You can give your kids guidance, counsel, instruction, training, morals, beliefs. I say the same thing about the women. To be honest, you wasting your time trying to change these grown ass hoes. You might change about that many of them. About that many. But guess what? You can send some decent women out in the world. You have direct control over that. And you know what those women are called, those ones that you can actually send in the world to be decent? They're called your daughters. Yeah, they're called your daughters. You can make sure that decent women get out there in the world because you can build them yourself and send them on out there. Isn't that something? My man Perfect Black done came back up in here. Brother Perfect Black.
What's going on, man? Sorry about that. I had to take care of some family stuff, and it was some family stuff. So I had to take care of some family stuff. My wife is a bit sick right now, so I had to take up the slack on some other stuff. So, you know.
No explanation needed. No explanation needed. You know, I can monologue and talk shit to the Negroes all night if need be. If need be, all night. But you know, I was just talking about how, and thanks to brother Charles Merchant, you know, we were talking about Gabriel Fernandez and how, you know, they let that boy die, man, and his case was so bad that they ended up locking up the goddamn social workers. So, you know, it was a horrible case.
Yeah.
And those children end up getting killed and shit with no interference from nobody, just like these hoes behind me here, the ones I call the Momnificent Seven on this screen here behind us. There was no CPS cases. There was nobody coming to check on them damn kids, man. There was nobody showing up to, oh, are the kids all right? Are they eating? Do they got shoes? Do they got clothes? Do they got food? This one chick here, the fifth one from the left, she killed her children and had their bodies in the freezer for 2 fucking years.
2 years.
Before they was discovered. 2 years. And guess what? The school never was like, oh, they've been out of school for 2 years. No social worker. All right. She done had boyfriends in there. She in there getting her back blown out while the baby's bodies is in the goddamn freezer. And she had 2 other children, right? 2 other children. And those other 2 kids never said a word. And they weren't babies. I think the other 2 children were like 10 and 11. So they knew what was going on. When she was sending them to the deep freezer to get packs of chicken out for dinner, they were taking those packs of chicken off of their brother and sister's faces. I'm sure. I don't think she had a separate freezer for the meat and another freezer for the kids' bodies. I think all that was in the same freezer.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
2 years those kids' bodies was in that goddamn freezer. And no one never, no suspicion, no nothing. Nothing. And you know how they ended up finding it? She was getting evicted, right? She was getting evicted out of the place. And I guess it was an extra freezer because when they evict you, they take all the shit that's yours out of there.
Take everything.
Everything out of there. And they went to move that goddamn freezer and found those kids' bodies. That's how they discovered it. If it wasn't for that, 2 years those kids' bodies was in there. 2 whole years. She got another boyfriend and just watching TV and doing all kinds of shit with the baby's bodies just in the freezer all that time.
And you see, for me, the real frustrating thing is how society really looks at stuff like this. Even with tragic cases like that, the stories don't go viral. The news don't pick it up. Nobody really says anything. Nothing. There's no dust up that will activate Congress to start thinking about these things or anything like that, to even begin the discussion to try to say how could we begin to stop this stuff, or how can we get to the bottom of what's causing it. Nothing happens.
Nope.
Nothing. And when I say it is extremely infuriating, it really is. And a lot of times I have to really step back from this because it'll take me back to that dark place.
Yeah.
Because this type is just again, I have to use the term unanswered injustice. That's what this is. And there's one thing I know about human history. Unanswered injustice cannot go long unanswered. One way or another, it will get answered. It'll get either answered like what the brother did with his ex-wife and girlfriend, or to get done so by society. But one way or another is going to get answered. But still, though, I mean, the blatant silence on stuff like this. I mean, we can pull case after case after case after case to where hit local headlines and stuff like that. Then it just goes away magically. It's basically nothing more than just some little blurb, some little local news blurb, and that's it. And then everybody just go on about their daily lives.
Yeah.
As if nothing happened.
Doesn't mean anything, man.
Got these kids are being they're just fodder for the child support system. And that's what it's all about. It's just all about maintaining a child support system, maintaining Title 4D payments to judges, to continue the economy, to continue the flow of money going from one hand to the next. That is just that simple. And some people, when they hear that, it's hard for them to fathom the simplicity of that outrageous reality.
Yep.
That is a very simplistic, outrageous reality that you basically just want to maintain the flow of money going from one hand to the other uninterrupted. And in this case, is fathers going to the courts, going to mothers. I mean, we all see that that Georgia law. I think it was in Georgia where they're going to be giving money to women
Yeah.
and women only.
Yeah.
Now, just think about that. Now, just think about that. Can you imagine legislatures writing a law that specifically says it is only going that only men are going to be benefited? It would be in the Supreme Court within less than 2 weeks.
Absolutely.
Yet they can write a law like that, and nobody says anything. So to this, I ask women, in particular black women, in particular black feminists, is this what it was all for? So you can do this, so you can have these women on the screen committing some of the most heinous crimes against children?
Yep.
Is this what it was for? Is this what this whole fight was about? Is this what this whole feminist? Forget about the fact that black men really didn't do anything to you enough to where you can have yourself a feminist movement, because we never controlled anything, even up to this point right now. We never controlled anything about your life. But is this what it was for? So you can
Yeah.
so you can hide babies in freezing deep freezers for 2 years?
We looking at these women, man. I'm telling you, 13 children murdered through these. Let me give y'all a refresher, because y'all got me looking in my archives now. First up, real piece of work. Jamiria Hall is her name. This woman killed both of her children, hid them in the apartment, and the day before they discovered the children's bodies had been there, she was out in the street getting drunk, getting high, like nothing was ever happening. And at the time, the kid's father alerted authorities and the police were there, and she claimed that she didn't have no kids and claimed not to know their father. So not only was she a murderer, she's also a fucking mental case. Then there's Jeanette Hawes. She took both of her babies inside of a restroom bathroom and stabbed them to death. Locked herself in the bathroom. They couldn't get in there. They eventually had to bust the door open, and it was just a bloodbath in there. Also a person very insane. Next to her, Francis Newton. You brothers from Texas, you're probably familiar with Mrs. Newton. Francis Newton was the first black woman killed on Texas death row in modern times. She didn't just murder her children, she also murdered their father. She is the first black woman to be put on Texas's death row. Next to her, another winner, Nicole Johnson. Nicole Johnson had got 2 kids from her sister, and she literally starved the 2 children to death. It was a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old. When they found them, the kids weighed 20 pounds apiece. She had their bodies inside of a suitcase, riding around in the trunk of her car. And like I said, when they found the children's bodies, they weighed about 20 pounds apiece. They were literally just bones. Then there's Michelle Blair, another winner. She's the one who killed 2 of her children and put their bodies in the freezer and had their bodies in there for 2 freaking years. Then there's Amanda Jefferson. Amanda Jefferson, she also murdered her children, laid their bodies somewhere, and then I think she ended up wrapping them up, put air fresheners on them, so you couldn't smell their bodies decomposing in the house. Then we end up with one that everybody knows, Miss Fallon Harris. who shot her son in the head 2 to 3 times, I believe, over an SD card. There you have it. The Momnificent 7 brothers.
You know, and I look at these women, and I don't find when black men go on emotional sprees, they don't kill their children. Do you know who they kill? They kill the mama. Why?
Yeah.
Because the mama is usually the target or the subject uh, of their stress. They're the creators of it. But these women, this is what happens when the state incentivizes just terrible behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it just goes to show the state doesn't really give a good goddamn about these kids. After all,
Hell
they're
no.
black. They're black. They
Hell
don't
no.
care. They don't care. They don't care.
Get these
And
monsters off the
these
screen.
women, you know, quote unquote, our women, this is what the state has deemed to be the most responsible parent.
Yeah.
This is what the state has deemed to be deserving of child support, of alimony, all this other bullshit.
This is the
And
backbone of the community.
this is the backbone of the community.
Well, it's the
And
backbone
this
right
is the
here.
reason why you should put those pictures back up, because
He said, put them back
that
up.
is when I say that black American women should be avoided at all cost. You should be single and alone before you get yourself wrapped up with that on your screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they have done nothing but ruin families. They don't want marriage. They don't want families. They don't want a good, wholesome household.
Nope.
And what you see on your screen, that is just an abstract
Yeah.
of what's going on in the black communities right now.
Yeah.
And black men, you need to stop impregnating these women. You need to
Yeah,
stop
man.
putting your reproductive material in them. Stop
Yeah,
laying
man.
down with them because they are an easy fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they had kids, so that means that some Negroes was climbing on top of these women, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, and they just ended up murdering the kids. You know, I mean, and I guess when they climbed on top of these hoes, you know, they wasn't thinking about that, you know, because you're not really thinking about that. You know, you're not thinking, oh, she get pregnant, she gonna kill the kid. You know, you're just not thinking that. But not realizing that climbing on top of these women and impregnating them, man, you actually sentenced those kids to death. That's what you did. Now, you may not have known it, and it may sound a little extreme, but literally by putting a baby in her, guess what, man? You sentenced those kids to death because she eventually killed them.
See, when I say that I believe that because I've never been one for dating out racially, but over the years I have become a real big advocate for dating out culturally. And when I say that black women need to be replaced, look at what you see on your screen. What you see on your screen is the average. That's black women right there. That's black American women right there. That's what I'm talking about. Right. That's what we need to avoid. Right there.
Take a good look at them, brother. This
And
is
y'all
the
can,
Momnificent Seven, y'all.
I mean, like I said, that is just an abstract.
Yeah.
We see this in the
Yeah.
black community every day.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you, 90% of the people that's listening that's black either got a relative like this or they know a woman like this. That's a good friend to them that they don't shame. Women can't do, but no woman can do what these women did on the screen without somebody somewhere having some goddamn idea that, you know what, these kids should not be in your hands.
Yep. Because I don't think they just woke up one day and did this to the kids, man.
No,
You don't go to sleep Friday night and everything's fine, and you wake up Saturday morning and murder the babies. I mean, this is some build up shit, man. Some shit they probably was abusing them, beating them. I mean, when I talked about them, I was talking about this other chick. She just killed her kids. This was like 3 months ago out in New York City. She literally, and these babies were 45 days old, right?
45 days old. It's a
45
goddamn
days
shame.
old.
That's a
Two
goddamn shame.
twins, right? She had a girl and a boy, and she done lost her mind. So
Not
what she
even
did,
2 months, huh? Not
yep,
even two
she,
months old.
she put pine cleaner inside their milk bottles, right? Put pine cleaner inside their milk bottles, and then ran scalding hot water on their bodies, right? It was a boy twin and a girl twin. The
So
the
they survived the pine cleaner, huh?
Yeah, they survived the pine cleaner, and she put them under hot water, and the girl baby died, right? Died from the water in the pine cleaner. But the little boy baby was a little tougher. The pine cleaner didn't kill him, and neither did the hot water. So once she saw that, you know what she did? She took a fucking butcher knife and ran it through a 45-year-old infant's throat. And then wrap their bodies up and put them like under the fucking cabinet underneath the sink in the kitchen. Like, I mean, when you hear shit like this, people will say, oh man, y'all always pick the worst cases. Man, I got like 70 fucking cases of this shit in my computer, Brother Perfect Black. I got 70 cases and probably can find 700 more if I look.
No, they're
So,
there. It's just again this is much more common than what people think.
oh yeah.
But again, I think a lot of people, there are a lot of players in this, the media, white society, and all that. They don't want to put this type of stuff. You only hear it in the blurb, and you got to catch it while it's out there. Otherwise, you're gonna be doing a whole bunch of Google digging. But this is common. So like my situation, I thought my situation was unique. No, when I got to sitting in these courtrooms and listen to these guys' story, like, damn, this is just here in Chicago. I find it hard to believe that it's just here. This shit is common. This goes on every single day. That the system is that they are giving these women. Yeah, I'm looking at. I bet you every single one of them, they were good fucks. I bet you they can suck a damn bowling ball through a garden hose. But they have no business being around anybody's kids, much less their own. But the system, it incentivizes these women. And in every single one of these cases, because I know every single one of these cases, people were asking about, well, where was the father? Without having any knowledge about the circumstance between the father and the mothers. I know one personally that the father may be a little simpish, but it wasn't like he wasn't trying to be in his kid's life.
Yeah.
We're talking about a system that incentivizes this mess because they want to maintain a consistent flow of money going from one hand to the other because it's beneficial to the state. And because it's that simplistic, most people just don't want to accept that reality. That it's just that simple. That the state get paid. Title 4D has and continues to. There are people who do nothing but get paid just off this alone. That this is their entire livelihood. And they don't care because of they don't care about the outcome because they are far removed. What you see on the screen, that is just the outcome. That is the result. But you go digging through each one of these cases, I guarantee you will find some court cases, court papers somewhere that will explain just how those children winded up in these kids' hands in the first place.
See my Charlotte brother, he's telling me to look something up, but I can't find it, brother. Mick, I'm looking for it. I'm looking.
Yeah, I mean, because we're not talking about this. Isn't by accident. This isn't by happenstance. This isn't occurring, just out of the blue. There's a reason why this is happening. You don't want to
shout out to brother McTow Flight for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that, brother. He said he wants me to Google the name Verdella McLaren. Did she die in 2019? Brother McTow? McLaurin. I'm assuming that's how that's pronounced. Did she die in 2019, Brother McTow? Okay, I guess that's her then. He says that his mother almost killed him and his twin at 3 months. Wow. And I saw Doc Phoenix in the house as well. Doc, I emailed you, man. I want you to come on next week, Doc. If you're still in there. A good doctor. So
Doc Phoenix is good, man. Especially when you get to talking about these men, they getting some help.
Yeah, Doc Phoenix is serious business, man. That's my go-to guy right there. I wrote him today. I hope you heard me, Doc. I hit you up, man. I need you to come on next week, brother. I appreciate you coming through as always. Yeah, man. So, well, if you were 3 months old at the time, brother McTow, how did you know? Did someone tell you that your mom tried to kill y'all, or? I mean, what happened? Somebody told you, your mom tried to kill y'all when y'all was like 3 months old.
Yeah, I'd like to know that. I mean, maybe you got some news clippings or something like that.
Well, I'm looking. I don't see. I see her obituary. Did they used to call her Della? Brother McDowell? Yeah, because I see her up here. They're saying that she died in 2019. Let's see, let me go into it. Go ahead and see what's going on with Brother McTow's mammy. See what's going on. He says yes, it's the right one. She tried to kill y'all how, man? Did she try to strangle y'all? Did she try to shoot y'all? Did she try to drown y'all? Did she throw y'all off of a building? I mean, obviously it didn't work because you still here, but what did she try to do to y'all, man? Did she try to set y'all afire? Did she what? Try to drown y'all? And that's just the thing, man. This isn't new. Women have been doing this shit for a long time, man. This isn't like some new phase of, oh, women are killing their children now. Nah, man, this shit was going on for a while, man. This is going on for a while. In fact, I will do this. Because you know I have this study on deck. And it actually comes from the white man's data. That's all I got. But it is from the Department of Justice. And what it says is women who kill their children, right? And we're going to zoom down because I don't want to bore y'all with the bullshit. Right here. It said during a 6-year period, 89 women charged with progeny murder, manslaughter, infanticide, or attempted murder who had been admitted to the Holloway prison in Great Britain were included in the study. The case records were reviewed and 41 subjects were personally examined. A total of 48 of the subjects were married. 19 were single. 19 were separated or divorced, and 1 was widowed. 6 types of maternal filicide were identified. Battering, 36 cases. Mentally ill mothers, 9 cases. Women who kill unwanted children, 8 cases. And mercy killing, 1 case, in which there was a real suffering in the victim and no secondary gain for the mother. There was a previous history of psychiatric illness requiring treatment in 35 cases. The most common source of stress among the respondents was discord with the husbands or cohabitees. In other words, the most common source to make these women flip out and kill these kids is the discord they have with the Negro they're screwing or the husband. And in black women's case, you know it's mostly no husband. So it's just the Negro they screwing, right? Housing problems and financial difficulties also contributed to the stress. Youthful parenthood was found in all groups. The offenders had a total of 109 victims, 83 of whom died. Survival was most common among victims of mentally ill mothers. In only 1 case was there an additional victim who was not a child. 18 of the subjects attempted suicide at the time of the offense or immediately afterward. A total of 32 of the subjects received bail prior to trial. Although 60 of the subjects were initially charged with murder, only 2 were convicted on this charge. There were medical dispositions in half of the cases. Warning symptoms included minor psychiatric symptoms, previous histories of battering, or illness of the children. So, I mean, a lot of these women are just nuts, okay? Let's be honest here. These hoes are baddie wackos, all right? Of course they're baddie wackos because they kill their kids. But see, that's the thing. That's the thing. How crazy can you be if after you kill the kid, you wrap the kid up in plastic and put it in the freezer?
Mm-hmm.
You wrap the kid up in a tarp and put him in the attic and put air fresheners all over him so nobody smell him. If you're that crazy, you just went crazy and killed the kid, and the kid's body should be laying in the middle of the floor, right? You're crazy. You're insane. You don't have the wherewithal to put them in plastic and cover them with air fresheners.
Which
right?
is one of the most, just one of the dumbest things that That's one of the dumbest things. Air fresheners are not going to really. Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, if you're insane, right,
I
you
think people
wouldn't
confuse
leave the
being in.
bodies.
I just think people
Go ahead.
people confuse being insane with just being stupid.
Yeah.
It's just stupid.
Oh, Brother MGTOW said his adoptive parents got him in a body cast at 3 months.
Hmm.
Jesus, man. I
I
hate
mean,
to say this. Brother MGTOW, but your mom was a lunatic.
I see why he's mixing.
Sorry. I'm sorry, brother, but your mom was a lunatic.
Yeah.
You were in a full body cast at 3 months old. Your mom was a lunatic, brother. I'm sorry, man. Don't unsubscribe because I said that, because you know I'm right. Your mom was a lunatic, brother.
I hope that he has no dealings with his mother at all. And this is coming from a man who had recently.
She died in 2019.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's good.
She died in 2019 because he gave me her name and he said this is her.
I can identify with him because I think my mother, probably one of the worst parents on the planet outside of his, because I had to disown mine. And I think black men need to really, it's part of our recovery and therapy. I think it'll be healthy for more black men to say, to conclude, you know what, my mother wasn't the right type of person, and we might, I might not, I, I may do better without her being in my life. That's why I've always wanted to lean into that when they say, "Oh, you must hate your mother." Okay, I would lean into that and say, "Well, why am I at a point, just for the sake of argument? Why am I at a point to where I hate my mother? Wouldn't that be a bad reflection on the mother, that you spent 9 months carrying a child, and then you sat down and shitted out that child only for that child to get to be an adult to hate you? Is that not a terrible, horrible reflection upon that mother?"
Well, we've been indoctrinated to believe that, mama can do no wrong. You know me, I talk about this shit all the time, Brother Perfect Black.
Mm-hmm.
We've been indoctrinated to believe mama can do no wrong. She can shoot your ass and run your ass over with the car. And God damn it, you'll be stumbling over to her with your hands extended and half of your head missing, talking about mama. She done shot your ass and ran your ass over with the car. You started trying to reach out, talk about mama. Because that's what we believe, man. That's what we believe, man. We've been indoctrinated to believe that these women are freaking infallible just because you came out of the old funky hole. I mean, come on, man. That's just not the truth, man. Not all mothers are good mothers. Some of them are shit mothers, especially a lot of the black ones. They are shit mothers. Why can't we say that? All mothers are not good just because they passed the baby through their damn vagina. Some of them suck, man. Because when you talk about black fathers, they make it seem like black fathers, all of the black fathers suck, but all the data says different. All the data says different.
The data says a lot different.
Yes.
Way different.
But all these black mothers, they just great. They're the greatest. Even the ones who abuse the kid and blow crack smoke in their face. Because it's always this, oh, she did the best she could. Because, see, this is what they like to do, right? And I know brothers don't like this because you love your old mammy. But this is what they like to do. They like to leapfrog over old mama and blame the shit that mama did to you. They like to blame that on the white man. They say your mama broke your arm and beat the shit out of you and burned you, because of white supremacy. They leap right over her, leapfrog, like Brother David Kyle would say, rest in peace.
Mm-hmm.
They leapfrog right over mama and blame white supremacy for your mother doing the shit to you. Now, what kind of shit is that? I need to look back and blame slavery for my mama throwing me down the stairs and burning my arm with cigarettes? That's because of some slavery from hundreds of years ago?
And that
I'm
is a
I'm
that
not
is a
convinced.
problem. Yeah, and that is a problem. I hate when people misapply the slavery, Jim Crow, no, because I'm one. I'm not one of these hoteppers, but I'm not one of these type of people who dismiss the effects of slavery, dismiss the effects of Jim Crow, redlining. I'm not gonna be one of. I'm not one of those type of guys. But when it comes to this subject here, white supremacy, they are smiling to pay our black women to do exactly what they're doing. They love it. They love it because they know they don't have to hang us from trees anymore. They don't have to do that. They don't. Their racism, their hatred doesn't have to be displayed overtly anymore. They can just pay our women in the form of welfare, link, and all this other type of shit that they get that they don't give men, or if they do, it is very small amounts. They don't have to. They know they can just pay. Georgia, they've gotten blatant with it. Say we're just going to pay women because they know
Yep.
if they're the ones they see they see the numbers. They've known about the numbers before us. They see the numbers. They see the studies. They know it. They know giving our women the money, making sure that they are the ones who are who are head in the house. They know that is a prison to pipeline. That is a cash cow.
Absolutely.
And if you're not going to go to prison, then you're likely going to wind up in some type of athletics. Mm-hmm. Either way you go, you're paying them. Either way you go, you're paying them. And the catalyst for all of this is the women. Quote unquote, our women. They know this. They're not fools. They know this. So when I post in the back chat and when you post it when you post those studies, the CDC, they know this. This shit is old news to them. They know this. The people that need it is us.
It works. Yeah, it works perfectly. You know why it works perfectly? Because it can always be put under the guise, under the cloak, under the goddamn camouflage of this is how we're going to help black folks. This is how we're going to help black families. You know, so it's, it works out perfect. Oh, we're looking out for black families. A hoe and kids ain't family. Goddamn, that ain't no family. That is no family. That's a hoe and some kids.
A single parent raising children, that's not a family. That is a tragedy.
Nope.
That's a tragedy.
But that's the guys they're using though. That's what they're using. Oh, we're helping these black families. No, you're not. You're helping these hoes and with a bunch of kids, man. Call it what it is. But see, that's just it. You're not allowed to call things what they are. You're not allowed to do that. All right? You're not allowed to do that. Because see, they know, like you said, by doing this, they know they can maintain the status quo. In fact, they can dial the fucking clock back with this shit, in a sense. Yep. Because ain't no whole hell of a lot of good gonna come out of this. All right? The amount of good that comes out of this shit ain't even gonna be quantifiable. It's not. Because all you're doing is incentivizing people to fuck up at this point. I mean, that's how I see it. Maybe I'm wrong. All right? I would like to be wrong on this, but I doubt it. I doubt it. And we gonna see. Give it another 5-10 years. You'll see what the results of this shit gonna be. You'll see it. All you brothers will see it. Because you know we talk about this kind of crap all the time. And I know it makes people mad, y'all throwing black people under the bus. How the hell am I throwing somebody under the bus that done already been ran over by that motherfucker 5 times? How am I throwing them under because I say they're under the bus? And then that's the thing. We are more upset about people talking about the situation than we are the fucking situation. And to me, that will never make any sense. People get more upset with me, Brother Perfect Black, about talking about these chicks who kill their kids than they get upset about the chicks killing their kids.
Mm-hmm. And I know that they don't want to really hear you saying about it. They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear you talking about anything, because I see
No.
when you get on these subjects here, your viewership goes down.
Oh, of course.
And trust me, that bothers me, because that tells me that society really don't give a fuck about. They don't give a fuck about black kids.
No.
And they don't give a fuck about black males. They don't care.
No, they don't, man.
And that really
They don't.
It
They don't give
I
a
have
shit.
I have to really tone myself back a bit, because it bothers me so much, because I start thinking about my own mortality. And I'm a healthy man. I'm a pretty healthy man. But when I start thinking about this type of stuff, I start thinking about my own mortality. I'm thinking like, damn, could I be dead here in the next couple of days here? And would society even give a shit? Even if it was a blatant injustice. Does society even give a damn about my mental well-being? And that my relationship with my child is being polluted and nobody cares. Yet
Nope.
I am deemed to take care of a child and partially take care of a woman who have thoroughly proven herself to be unfit, at least in real world eyes. Yep. And again, all to maintain the steady flow of cash going from one place to the next. And because you love your child, and because you have you have a method of steady income, you are definitely a target for that. That's essentially what we're talking about here. Because if I was a Pookie or Ray Ray, selling drugs on the street, it ain't really much that the system can get out of me.
Yeah.
Other than putting me in prison for the rest of my life and making me work for free. But in the long run, that really is not going to really generate the revenue that they want. People like myself, or fathers like myself, is what's really propping up the whole system in this respect. Simply because we care.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the sad thing. And this is something that black women need to be indicted on. Not just questioned, indicted on. And I mean that with every fiber of my being. Black American women, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you this. Black American women, you would never, ever have the protection, the man, or any that you're looking for until you fix this.
Yep.
You're never going to have it. The better men that you're wanting are going to continue to leave. And men like myself is going to continue to encourage them to date out culturally to replace you. But make no mistake about it, they are standing on the shoulders of great women, and they are looking down at those women and they're spitting on them. Every time they open up a child support case, that's what they're doing. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're standing on the shoulders of greatness and spitting on the people on the great women that they're standing on.
I just hope
sitting on it.
brothers are. I mean, brothers. I mean, be careful, man. I mean, man, be careful who you reproducing with. Um, and try not to reproduce with women that are insane, brothers, because she's insane already. So, you know, she might just fuck around and kill the kid. I just showed y'all the Magnificent Seven, and I got about another 60, 70 more cases that I could pull up if I wanted to.
And I don't want to be one of those cases, but I have that fear myself. I do. I have that fear about my own daughter.
I mean, you know, these women are insane, brothers. So you got to be careful. And if you got kids by one of these insane women already, pay attention, man. Look for the red flags. I'm pretty sure they're there. They are there. Ask your kid what's going on at the crib. Is mom pouring pine cleaner in your fucking soda? Is mom burning you with cigarettes? I mean, you know, got to look for those red flags, man. Because guess
Fathers
what,
don't
man?
do this. Fathers don't
Yeah.
do shit like this.
Yeah, it's mostly
This is
the
not the fathers don't do
most of
shit
their
like this,
mommies.
man.
Most of their old mommies.
Even the worst among us,
Yeah.
even the least involved among us, don't do shit like that.
Yeah, man. Pay attention, man. You got kids by these old crazy women, man. You got to pay attention, man. Look for the red flags, man. Don't, you know, I know this sounds trivial to y'all, man, but you might be saving your kid's life. You might be saving your baby's life, man, by being trivial, by asking questions, by looking for those red flags. You might be saving your baby's life and you don't even know it. Because, like I said, I find it hard to believe that these chicks just woke up one day and killed the kid. This is some shit that had been brewing for, I don't know, months, years, whatever. You don't just wake up one day, kill your kids, and put their bodies in the goddamn freezer, man. I don't believe that shit.
No, that's not human nature. Human nature don't operate that way.
I don't believe that shit.
You're
So,
just sitting down on the couch one day and watching TV. You know, it'd be a good idea for me to put my kid in the trunk.
yeah. I mean, this ain't some shit that just happened. All right. These chicks got these kids' bodies laying in a cellar, in a trunk, in a freezer for months, for years, and just went on with their life, man, like nothing ever happened.
Mm-hmm.
They went on with their life. That's why it's like this, you know, of course, it's crazy to do this, but these chicks wrap these kids' bodies up and put them in a freezer, put them in a closet, sprayed air freshener, did all this kind of bullshit, and went right on with their life, had boyfriends. Told you this one chick, she drove around with those kids' bodies in the trunk of her car for months in a suitcase. And the only reason why they found those bodies is she got pulled over by the police and her car wasn't registered or insured, and they still wasn't gonna lock her up. She went to the trunk that got that suitcase, and one of the baby's little arms fell out of the goddamn out the side of the suitcase. Now the police done seen that. Now they gonna investigate and come to find out two little bodies inside of there. Because when she picked the suitcase up, one of the arms fell out of the one of the baby's arms fell out of the suitcase. That's how they caught her. I mean, and nobody wonders where these kids are. You know, these bitches, they live in these apartments and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you used to seeing kids playing, and then one day you look up and you don't see the kids no more, but you still see her ass. Months go by and you don't see the kids. You don't wonder what's going on. You don't think about, you know, where the hell those kids that I used to see all the time. That never crosses your mind. Like, I don't know.
Well, they're not going to question the mother, because
Yeah.
I do know how a lot of these school systems operate. If those kids were in school, and you tell them, "Hey, I'm getting ready to move them. We're moving to, I don't know, Texas, and so I need to take the kids out." They're going to want to know the contact information of that Texas school system, so they can get records transfers and all of that. And if they don't hear from you, they're going to be calling. At least that's the policy. They should be calling. So I don't understand how those kids can go that long without nobody questioning this woman about it. Well, I do know how. I know how.
Nobody showed. Nobody.
I know how.
School didn't call.
That's right.
They can just be
know how.
gone and dead.
She's a woman. She's not going to harm the kids. If the kids haven't reported, then it must be some reason. So that's why they didn't think about it.
Mm-hmm. It was like, oh, they're fine. She probably just moved.
Mm-hmm.
The bitch ain't moved. The babies is frozen.
I can tell you, had the father had those children, what would have happened is that the municipality that she left from, that school
Mm-hmm.
system would have been calling her, would have been calling him.
Absolutely. If the
Did you
father
get
had
it?
those kids,
Yeah.
if he would, if those kids would have been out of school a fucking week, they'd have been at that fucking house.
Yeah.
But on the door. Oh,
And they,
Mr. Such and Such, Mr. Such and Such, the kids haven't been to school, Mr. Such and Such.
yeah. Or they would have said, they would say, hey, you said you was moving to Texas. We have already contacted we've contacted that school system. Far as they know, those kids are not in school. They have not been enrolled. What's
Mm-hmm.
going on?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they do communicate with one another. I know that for a fact they communicate with one another.
A
So
man wouldn't
if
have
this
been
was a
able to have
father,
those kids out of
nah,
there for a week
and
or
nah,
2 weeks tops before somebody at the fucking house.
yeah,
How the
it
hell this
wouldn't have
bitch
gone
got
that
those?
far.
How the hell she got those kids in the freezer for 2 years and nobody said shit?
So she's collecting child support on them. She's getting
Yeah,
welfare on them.
yeah,
She's getting
everything
child tax credit
without
on them.
without
She's getting
one
all
doctor's
that on them.
appointment, without one trip to the without one trip to the goddamn doctors, without one trip to the fucking school, without one trip with nothing. All of that, all of that, all of
All
that.
those benefits just on the declaration alone.
Yep,
These are my kids, and they're
yep.
still going to school. They're not questioning anything. I'm telling you,
Nope.
had that been the father, those kids would be alive because the school
Absolutely.
systems would not allow this to happen.
Hell no. The kids just end up missing for like 2 years and no one says anything.
Right.
And
I mean,
she had her other kids hypnotized because they never said anything either. And you know they was picking up packs of chicken off their brother and sister faces. What, it was a different freezer? She was keeping their bodies in a different freezer than the one that
mhm,
the frozen vegetables was in and the chicken and the turkey? You know she had them going in that damn freezer get me a pack of frozen string beans out of there, boy. And he was picking them shits right up off his brother frozen face.
mhm.
You know it, man. But
Yeah.
yeah, man, I'm about to pack this up, man. I appreciate you, brother Perfect Black, for coming through, man, and riding shotgun with me, man. As always, man. Any parting shots before we get out of here?
Yeah, man. Look. Thanks for having me up.
Absolutely.
Especially on these topics here. Um, I'm always going to be an advocate for fathers. Always going to be an advocate for black males and definitely children, um, because this is an area that even a good portion of our own community is woefully ignorant on, and I would say willfully ignorant on because they don't care. I think they've picked up the mantra of pretty much of white society,
Yeah.
and they're going to give many of our community all the rope to do exactly what's going on now to our children,
Yep.
and they are not the least bit interested in in getting to the bottom as to why what's going on. They're not interested. And just by me being able to be comfortable to say that also speaks volume about this nation. You know, so anytime that I can speak on this issue, and I would definitely uh, recommend that in everyone that's in the chat and all that to go click those links. In particular,
Yes.
that click those links, read them, especially the PDF, because I envisioned being doing a double screen on that to share the screen to go down because there's some things I want to point out. But
Yeah, well,
read
we
it.
can do a part two, man, at some point.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's because that stuff needs to be pointed out about
Yes.
just how good black fathers are,
Yes.
involved they are. I mean, that PDF shows that black fathers they go over the homework more. They're involved. Now we're talking about custodial and non-custodial
Mm-hmm.
black fathers. They are way more involved. The worst is the Hispanics. Don't look at me.
Yeah.
That's the CDC studies say. They're the worst. They have the
Absolutely.
worst numbers. They have
And what?
even the ones that live in a household.
Yeah, they're the worst. They're the worst.
They
That- that-
live there.
That's why it kills me when you hear people like Deborah Cooper and fucking
Yeah,
what's her
exactly.
name? Christina Cross write these bullshit fucking articles. Like, what the fuck are you women talking about, man? Black kids don't need fathers. What?
Right. They just need a father figure. A father figure, really?
And
In the face of all that study,
yeah,
all that universities, CDC, in the face of all that study, you say that.
yes,
And these are black white supremacists. They couldn't be happier.
yeah.
They could not be happier.
I mean, this
to
chick,
have such an ally as Black American women.
this chick, Christina Cross, literally said that black kids having fathers is not as beneficial to black people as it is other people with fathers. I mean, well, you was here when I did the story on her, man. This lady's insane. And every fucking every academic I've talked to since then says the same thing. She's insane. And guess what? This is a Harvard sociology professor. So it's not like it's just some chick on YouTube. She's going to be at Harvard pumping this shit.
But it goes to what I was saying, that white supremacy, they love this.
Yeah.
They look at this. This is gold.
Yeah.
We don't. She's doing our work for us. Give her as big as a platform that we can afford.
Yeah.
Which is the reason why she's able to. She's saying this stuff in the face of studies that's been going back for. Do you know the CDC? I mean, just so people understand this. When CDC does studies, they don't do it over months. They do it over decades.
Yeah. Well, all the academics are saying she's insane. So,
but she may be insane, but the fact that she has the platform to say the shit that she's saying, to reach the amount of ears.
Well, she's not alone, man.
No, she's not alone. She's just the latest example.
She's one of many, man. She's one of many. Like, it's crazy.
She's just the latest example. And white supremacy cannot have a better friend, a better
Absolutely
ally.
Not. Absolutely not.
Than the Black American woman.
Absolutely
White supremacists,
not.
they don't have to hang us from trees. They can do all of their work on the back end, and laws and Congress. They can do all of their work on the back end and leave everything else up to, quote unquote, our women. And that is a sad state of fact. That's the reason why I indict Black American women, because they would rather be comfortable going to go get their fucking lace fronts, fake weave, nails, and all. They would rather be doing that and getting their child support than actually doing something with the community, which is the reason why they need to be replaced. They need to be replaced. And I swear to God, if my daughter grows up to be like that, in spite of all my efforts, I'm going to say the same thing to her. You do not deserve to reproduce yourself if you turn out like that.
Yeah.
So that's what I got to say, Brother X, man. And thanks for having me up, man.
Absolutely, man. Anytime. We're going to do a part 2, brother.
Absolutely, man. Just let me know, man, and I definitely do whatever I can do, everything I can to clear the space. So, because right now, because I got the pregnant wife with the 9-month-old. So that's
I know you got family going on over there, man. I know you do.
Yeah.
But I'll hit you up and we'll do it.
But I cherish family, man.
I'm
still old school, exactly. I'm still old school, I'm a Gen Xer, so I'm still old school. I do like family. So,
Appreciate it, brother. You always welcome up on here, man. You already know, my brother.
All right, man. Hey, thanks a lot, man.
Peace,
Peace.
brother. Perfect Blackness. And the good doc is back. Can I send you the link? Absolutely, doctor. I will send you the link. Absolutely, doctor. Hold on. Let's see. What the hell? I know you probably don't got a lot of time, doc, but I want to get you up on here, doc, next week, man. I need you to come and talk about some old Negroes' health up in here. Check your email, doc. Check your email, doc. So while we waiting for the good doctor to come through, I don't have any program notes for you Negroes, but I want to ask y'all about what Brother Perfect Black was talking about because these kids go through this stuff in their lives. And it's like there's nobody around to say anything. It's like nobody's freaking paying attention. Like, I mean, it's just stupid, y'all. The good doctor is here. What's good, Doc Phoenix?
Good. How are you doing tonight? Sorry it's so late. I know you guys are probably wrapping up for the night, but there was a couple things that kind of stood out to me that you all said, and I just finished up with what I was doing, so got a few
Go
minutes
ahead.
to just add
Go
a
ahead. You
couple,
got the floor.
just add a
Go
few more
ahead.
comments. No, so really, just quickly, one of the infanticide incidents you were describing
Mhm.
involved children. Well, one of the mothers who had murdered their children, you had stated that they didn't have a doctor's appointment for a couple years. I, is that what I heard correctly? It was something to that effect. Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I had my damn mic off. My bad, Doc.
Okay,
Um,
okay. Yeah,
she
sorry.
she killed two of her children, right? She had
Hmm.
four children. She killed two of them. Put their bodies in the freezer. Okay. Not only did she swear the other kids to secrecy, they never told anything. Those bodies was wrapped up in the freezers for 2 years, and no one came around. No child protective services, nobody from the school, nothing. No pediatrician inquired, no teacher, principal, the people in the neighborhood, nothing. And those kids' bodies was in that freezer for 2 freaking years. Doc.
Yeah, so really quickly about doctor's appointment in pediatrics. I I, I don't know if I can stress this enough, but parents missing appointments is a pretty common occurrence, especially when you're dealing with um your Medicare, Medicaid population, specifically, pediatrics, so children, Medicare, excuse me, Medicaid, sorry.
two
And
years
so
though, Doc? That
yes,
wouldn't
yes,
that wouldn't raise a flag to you. Be like, damn, where the hell is.
this is so common that it doesn't people a provider won't even blink an eye. And I'll give you a good example. Um, Not too long ago, I was involved in a lead prevention project, and I was following up with children who needed to have a well lead exam. They had previously came in for lead testing. They had elevated lead levels, needed to come back to be retested. We had some kids that came in that had lead levels so high they had immediately be sent to an ER for chelation therapy. And so what had happened with many of these kids is that once they test high, we'll we would give them we will either give them some initial treatment, or and then we will have them follow up. So they get assigned a provider, and then they will follow up with whatever, probably about a couple months later to see if their lead levels have gone down and such. These are for some of the less serious cases because the more serious cases, they were obviously sent to the hospital for immediate therapy. But here's the thing: most of these folks, the vast majority, probably about 90% of these kids never came back. And what I had to do, and this was this was as a student, I was calling these people. I was calling the homes. I would get either the phone would ring, or I would just go straight to it. It would go to a voicemail, or an event that it did go to the voicemail wouldn't take it when you couldn't leave a message because the voicemail box was full. But this is such a common occurrence for mothers to not take children to doctor's appointments, to not take children to well child appointments, or in the case of what I was doing, well led appointments. So this was in an area that was known to have high incidence of children with elevated lead levels. And I'm telling you, I spent probably 6 months doing this, and this is part of the reason why I don't really like pediatrics, because
Mm,
the barrier is always the parents. It's not the child, it's the parents.
yeah.
And so that's probably 90% of the problem, is just even getting folks to show up for these appointments in the first place. And because this is just such a common problem, yeah, people don't bat an eye. And like I said, where I was doing this this was at a federally qualified health center. So if you don't know, there's all these government ran little medical facilities they call federally qualified health centers. Basically, a lot of your providers, physicians, nurse practitioners, PAs, dentists, whatever. You got a bunch of student loans, you want to kind of get the government, you want to get some student loan forgiveness, they'll go work at places like that. Or you just want to be involved with like public health and primary care, you go to places like that. Or you just want to do some community related stuff, because again, they tend to be, you mostly find them in communities where you have a high propensity of having uninsured patients, uninsured
Mm,
or underinsured patients, because again, it's federally qualified health center, so it's free. All you got to do is show up, you get free care for the most part.
mm, okay.
But yeah, but they operate the Department of Health and Human Services. This falls under the DHHS, and the Surgeon General. He is actually the head of the division that runs those federally qualified health centers. and
Mm,
and the interesting thing about this, like I said, is that this is common, especially because we know that most Black children tend to fall under that realm of Medicaid. That
mm-hmm,
they're typically underinsured, or they do have coverage through CMS, or many respects they're not insured. But this is common, man. This is common to the point where it's not common, to the point where I know folks who are dentists, that they used to just go into schools to provide emergency dental care, because kids would miss months of school, days of school, just for
mm,
cavities or rotting teeth. So I mean, the level of dereliction here in regards to parenting, and again, the principal caretakers are the mothers. It
mm-hmm,
is, it is criminal. But unfortunately, you know there isn't there is no criminal recourse. There is
yeah.
no there is no there is no there is no there's no recourse of action for this. Again, the natural assumption is that mothers are the primary caretakers. And you guys did hear something earlier, which is that, yeah, it doesn't seem like how dangerous or how derelict or how dysfunctional, or just in general, just how detrimental to the health of the child that being in the care of the mother could be. There, the government seems to be okay keeping, at least in terms of Black children, keeping them there.
Mm.
um and so, yeah, like I said, like I was saying earlier, that was one of the things I wanted to kind of make clear, that this is common. This is common. You can, and please
It
don't
just
take my
seems
word
so.
for it.
It just
You
seems so crazy to me, Doc. Like, I mean, 2 years is a long time for the kid not to be in school. Okay, I understand. You explain the doctors. Okay, but what about the school? What about the people in the neighborhood? What about these kids missing for 2 years and no one noticed? or
Look,
no one cared? The school didn't care. The principal, the
no,
teacher.
the school
The,
they get calls. They call, the school will call. They get calls, but I'm telling you, 9 times, the vast majority of the time, you're not gonna get an answer. People are not going to answer their phone. Is I think the running joke for black folks, if you're a bill collector, people don't pick up. The same is true when it comes to a lot of these services and stuff like that. Like I said, this is part of the reason why so many, especially physicians, don't like primary care, especially dealing with pediatrics, because this is common. You're having to track down patients. You will spend weeks, months tracking down patients, especially black patients, black children. You will spend weeks and months doing this. This is so common. I'm not sure that I can really kind of give brothers a true grasp on just how common this scenario is, where you can spend weeks and months, and even a year or two. I mean, some of the cases that I was trying to get in touch with the parents to bring the child in for these well-led appointments, these folks haven't been seen. The child is probably at that, a number of the cases, the children were first seen around 3, 4 years old, had elevated lead levels. Now the children will be about 5, 6, 7 years old. I think the oldest one I had was probably around 8 or 9. Haven't been seen in years. Haven't been seen in 6 months, 9 months, year and a half, couple years. Some were even longer than that. So these are regular. This is a regular occurrence, and so I want to try to make this very clear, because yeah, it's not like you don't reach out to it, but I mean, send letters out. I mean, you get returned. A lot of times the letters will just come back because people don't live at those locations. That's another part of the problem. Often, most of the time, these children do not have stable households. They're moving around. They're probably in some transient type of housing.
yeah,
So, this is furthermore contributes to the instability and and really sort of the dysfunction of children. And again, I do go, I highly recommend, one of these days, if you go check it out, go to the CDC and Google ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, and all of these things you guys talk about. This stuff has been researched. I mean this is still ongoing research. These are always areas of ongoing research, but I mean, there's so much research, so much data on this stuff about all these various things that have a detrimental effect on the child development. And certainly, when you looking at, I think one of the stories you talked about, the woman used air freshener to cover up her children's
yeah,
decomposing bodies. Let me tell
yeah,
you something. If you never smelled a decomposing body, it's a very distinct smell. You'll never forget it.
yeah.
If you've never smelled, and I remember that case of the woman burning, burning the children and stuff like that, with the burning the babies with boiling hot water. I think the babies. I remember that from, was it earlier this year? I think in New York or something like that. I
Yes.
do remember.
Yep.
I do
New York
remember
City.
that case. Yeah, I do
New
remember
York
that
City.
case.
Cause I
And
talk about this crap, Doc. You know me. I'm gonna talk about these things, man. But go ahead.
and I do appreciate that, you're one of the few people who actually legitimately talks about this, because these things never get discussed. Certainly you would never have any black medical providers, especially black female medical providers, that will actually get up here and talk about this, because they know this stuff happens. This stuff is very common. It's not just infanticide or the killing or the murder of their children. And a lot of this stuff, you get stuff like, you hear terms like postpartum depression. Look, truth be told, I'm just gonna keep this very honest with brothers. A lot of psychiatric conditions are very subjective. It is
Kind of figured that.
it is
Kind of figured
very
that.
subjective. It is based on interpretation. It is based on what somebody feels. It is, many psychiatric conditions you don't even have. Truth be told, you don't have real exams or testing to truly verify whether or not this person has, said condition. So a lot of it
Well,
tends to
well,
be very subjective.
they can put anything in the DSM now, though, right? They
Look,
can put it.
I'm not the psychiatric expert, but I will tell you, for the folks that I do know that work in those areas, I mean, I do have some experience, obviously, being in school and stuff, having, being in school and stuff like that. And certainly from my nursing days, having done some of that stuff, I can tell you now that, yeah, I mean, the DSM right now, I mean, just about anything gets covered under the DSM nowadays.
Wow.
Again, we look at certain conditions that, 20, 30, even 40 years ago weren't in the DSM, but certainly, they're front and center in the DSM now.
Wow.
And I don't know what edition the DSM is on right now. I think it's what, the fifth or sixth or something like that. I don't know
Yeah,
what
we gotta
edition.
be up to like 5 or 6 by now. They got
Yeah,
to
I
be.
don't know what edition
And
it is on now.
everything is in there. Whatever you can imagine being a condition is in the DSM.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think if you ask, if my honest opinion, I think the idea of mental disorders is very much abused, and certainly when in many of these cases where many of the actions seem very much premeditated, there was there seemed to be some significant forethought given into what they were going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I
and
mean,
so again, you don't hear your black medical professionals, especially your black female medical professionals, talking about this because they know this is a common problem.
yeah.
And certainly you don't need to go to medical school or something like that, anything like that, to know this. This is just people who are working in the school systems. They know this is a problem. Your administrators, your school psychologists, I mean, folks at every level of this process, they understand exactly what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
Let's not make any mistake about this. This is something that is certainly that is in, I would say, is all, in many respects, some of the incidents seem to be very specific to black children.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
because these are oftentimes, number of these things you only see in black children. You know, again, I mean, so many, at every level of this process, people are involved. People do reach out to parents, but again, because this is just such a common problem, people just chalk it up. Just, you don't really have that kind of time. Not
Yeah.
especially like, for someone like me, being a student and doing this as a student at the time. Yeah, you tracking down, you know, they're giving me hundreds of students to track down. Yeah, we need to get them back into the system. We need to bring them in. Part of it is too about, ginning up some patient, helping to, bolster some medical providers' patient population, to give them more patients on their panels. But the other part is that, yeah, these kids genuinely needed to be followed up for well-led appointments, because why? Because yes, these kids tested had elevated lead levels. Some of these kids had, I think some of the highest ones I've seen were about 10 times the CDC recommended level. So
Crazy, man.
again, and this is true for all reasons. I mean, kids will miss. I mean, right now during this current during the during this pandemic, I don't think people even realize just how many days of school your typical black student is missing. Like, it is not uncommon to walk into a school system and a black child hasn't been in school for months,
Crazy,
and
man.
nothing really never happens. And the level of frustration from, not necessarily for me, because again, this is not one of my areas of expertise, but this is an area that I have dealt with as a student and stuff like that, and certainly to a lesser extent when I used to do stuff in public health, because again, these are all issues in public health. A lot of this stuff falls under the banner of public health. So
Mm-hmm.
so again, I just want to make it very clear that, children missing doctor's appointments is pretty
It's
much
nothing.
it's a
It's
given.
Yeah, it's pretty regular.
Yeah, it's a given.
Another one of our secrets that I gotta talk about next week. Cause now, Doc, you're gonna have me looking up shit and doing all this, and I'm gonna be talking about it next week. See what you done did, Doc?
Speaking of next week, I can't. I'll be on a little mini vacation, so I will have a little bit of time to spare for our conversation. If you want to have that conversation next week,
Okay. What day?
so
What day? What day is
uh,
good? Wednesday or Thursday?
let's do Wednesday. Let's go for
Okay.
Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday I got you, so Thursday I'll be telling the secrets. Perfect. You heard it here first, folks. The
Yeah.
good doc will be here next week, Wednesday, Negroes. So make sure you are here. You are absolutely positively going to learn something, and I don't mean from me, from the good doc here. So make sure you're here Wednesday night, Negroes, because the doc will be in the house. All right. All
Yeah.
right.
No, thank you for
Is
having me. I just want to
nine
come on. come
nine
on
my
to the-
time good for you, doc? 9 my
uh,
time good?
can we? Yeah, you know what? Nine probably would work better. That probably work
Okay.
better. Yeah, that
Okay,
probably work
9
better.
my time, because I know what you in the Midwest, right? Are you in the
No,
Midwest?
I'm on it. I'm actually on Eastern time.
Oh, okay,
So
okay,
yeah,
okay. All
nine
right.
nine will
For
work.
some reason,
Nine
I
will
was
work
thinking you was
okay
in the
for me.
Midwest.
Nine
All right,
nine.
9 is good.
Yeah,
9 is
nine
all
work
right.
okay for me.
So I will see you 9 o'clock Wednesday night. Good doctor.
Yes. Yeah. So no, thank you for having me. I just want to bring that on because
Oh,
I'm just kind of.
absolutely. You
I
already
was
know, man.
I
I'll
was kind of
extend the
listening
show
to
for
you
you,
guys
doc.
in and out while you and Perfect Blackness were
You
talking.
know we got to talk about this some more next week, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
at the end of the day, like I said, I don't think people understand just how much of a root. I wouldn't even call it a problem at this point. This is just routine.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Oh
I'll
yeah.
just leave it at that, and yeah, we can have some discussions about that next week.
Thank you, man. I
But thank you for
appreciate you.
having me.
The good doctor, Dr. Phoenix. See you next week, my
All
brother.
right, thank you. Have a good evening.
Peace. Yeah, just got off the line with the good Doc Phoenix. Y'all know Doc Phoenix is my go-to guy, and he will be here next week, Negroes. So make sure you have your black asses here so you can ask some questions and get some intelligent answers. All right. I think next week I'm gonna be picking his brain about some men's health and shit like that too. So next week's gonna be good because see, next week we bringing out another what about? Because I done just got put on to some of the secrets. So you know next week I will be telling them. All right. All right. But before we get out of here, shout out to my Chi-Town brother dropping super chats at the end of this here stream. He says, what he speaks is facts. My wife is constantly told how she is a rarity because our child is at every appointment. Isn't that something? That people are shocked that you bring your damn kid to the doctor because they're so used to Negroes not showing up for an appointment in 5 years. And my brother, my Chi-Town brother with another super chat, he said it's subjective like ADHD. Yeah, exactly. But you know when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. My brother, Perfect Black. Uh-oh. A big coin drop on this platform. Yeah, man, we're going to go ahead and get out of here. I appreciate those coin drops, brother. Perfect Blackness, as always. And, of course, shout out to the good doctor, Doc Phoenix. And like I said, you heard it here first. The good doc will be here next week, Wednesday night, 9 p.m. And we're going to be doing a What About as well on Thursday night. So keep your eyes open for the thumbnail, Negroes. And y'all know what to do, man. Hit that like button. If you didn't hit it on the way in, hit it on the way out. And God damn it, hit this here subscribe as well, man. Subscribe to this here channel. All right? Subscribe to this here channel. Because if I do say so myself, sometimes there's actually some good shit on here. Every now and then there's some good shit on here. But yeah, man. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, man. As always, man. You could have spent your Thursday night anywhere, but you decided to spend it here. I appreciate all the cash apps, man. But more importantly, man, I appreciate your participation I don't take you good folks lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. Like I said, man, next week we're gonna throw down. I mean, I might do something this weekend. I don't know yet. This is the Christmas holiday coming up, so I probably won't do shit. All right, but I will be back next week, definitely. All right. Now, if something come up worth talking about, I may come on. But other than that, I'll see you Negroes next week, man. And once again, man, I appreciate all the good folks, man, out there, and the good folks who hang out in here as well. Once again, man, shout out to my Chi-Town brother, Perfect Blackness. Me and him, we're going to do a part 2 of this, man, at some point, Negroes. So be on the lookout for that as well. And another shout out to the good Doc Phoenix, man, for coming through. And we'll see him next Wednesday. So with that, I will leave you good folk with 3 words, you know, like I always do. Open your mind.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion. 3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks through the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, Paul. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up a paper until you read over and over and see white families? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 40 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are that? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Back Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Weston House. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
Happy. San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down, 10-4. 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind.
Only from the Prophet of Thought Series Media.
You know.
Open your mind. 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 Open your mind.